Okay, we're live. I'm not late. You're late. I am not late. Okay. What's going on, guys? I'm assuming... Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me, like, unmute all this stuff. I lied. I'm late. I was talking to my mom, so I didn't actually have time to, like, get set up until literally 2 minutes ago. We just got breakfast from IHOP, and I was eating that and talking to her, and kind of have a terrible sense of time. So let me get Discord pulled up so that I can put this in the server. I have RSI in my right thumb. RSI. Okay. I need to Google that. RSI is a method of intubating patients who have a gag reflex who would otherwise be difficult to intubate. That sounds sexual. I don't think that's what you're referring to. Because that's for, like, gag reflex, and I don't think you're telling me you have gag reflex in your right thumb. Hold on, I'm looking at chat. Where is my... There it is, thank you. Okay. There we go. Okay, sorry. I got distracted. It's repetitive strain injury. Okay, let me Google that. Injury. Okay. National Health Association, or Health Society, I guess, of whatever this is. Repetitive strain injury is a term sometimes used for pain caused by repeated movement of part of the body. It often gets better on its own, but there are things you can do to help speed up your recovery. Gotcha. So you've been playing too much Overwatch is what I'm hearing. What's up, dude? Is your internet connection working perfectly? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't really tested it. I was playing some games with the boys last night. I didn't have any stuttering or lag. We still lost because somebody was like a really good Widowmaker, and I was playing Baptiste, and of course I accused the guy of having aimbot. He didn't, but I accused him of it anyways because he killed me. How can I die? Also, I'm not playing music. I should fix that. Would I get in trouble for playing? I would definitely get in trouble for playing Invent Animate, but I really want to listen to it right now. So, let's do the next best thing. I haven't listened to the Atomic Heart OST yet, so we're going to do that. I've already changed my mind. Okay, Deus Ex it is. There we go. That's more like it. You Overwatch player? Yeah, I stopped. So my friends wrote me into it. Basically, I had like a really, really good friend that we used to hang out. We haven't hung out within literal years, and he was like, he just messaged me on Discord randomly. He was like, "Hey, dude, let's play some Overwatch." I was like, because that's what we used to always play together. Because I really, really liked Overwatch 1. Specifically, I always sucked at the game until after Baptiste came out, and then I started maining Bap, and I happened to not to brag, but I happen to have his cute spray and his pixel. Just saying. I'm really good with Baptiste, and he's a lot of fun. So, I really liked. Man, Overwatch 1 was so close to being perfect. Probably not professionally, but like casually, near the end of its life. All they had to do was nerf Symmetra to make her turrets do less damage, or just make her easier to counter. And who was the other broken character that we always complained about? Yeah, I can't really think. There was someone else that I always had trouble with, but yeah, just nerf Symmetra. She was kind of broken. Reduce like the extra damage she gets when her turrets lock on. Probably cap it at like 3 instead of 6, because that was kind of busted. But then they go and release Overwatch 2, and they patch everything, and now we got like, they could have so easily released it as a standalone game, but they didn't. So they patch over everything. Now we got all these balancing changes. Now it's 5v5 instead of 6v6, and all my friends are like, oh, it flows better. It's like, no, it doesn't. It's like, I liked having 2 tanks, you know? There's like less variety in each game now. It's like, it used to be, you know, first of all, now the tanks are just way too powerful because there's only one of them. At least compared to how they were before. You know, it used to be back in the day, back in my day when I was playing Baptiste, I could solo most tanks because you have without using the immortality field, of course, that's for pussies. But I could solo most tanks unless they were like really good and knew what they were doing, because first of all, the high jump is really effective at staying out of range. I would barely get tapped. You get a lot of the burst rifle is like really good for headshots and shit like that, and it was a lot of fun. I wasn't pro. I'd probably say at most I was probably like gold 3. I wasn't really that good, but casually in quick play, when I was playing with my friends, we always were like really good. We wouldn't win every game, but we were still competent. So they patch over that. Now Overwatch 2 has all these new heroes, all these balancing issues. We're basically back at square one, and that's the thing that frustrates me, is it's like, the way I referred to it up to Overwatch 2's release is I was calling it, and I've never played World of Warcraft, but I know the Cataclysm expansion caused like a lot of issues with the player base. So I think they just cataclysmed Overwatch by releasing Overwatch 2 the way they did. It makes me so mad. And it's like, and now Bastion can like move while turreted, which is stupid because it's like, they didn't nerf. I don't think they nerfed his damage any. They just gave him the ability to move around now. I like his new ultimate, the mortar. I think the mortar is really fun, but then again, I don't play DPS. I play healers, and I refuse to use that new healer who like throws cards at people. I'm a Bap main till I die. I'm such a one trick. But anyways, point being, so this friend said, hey man, let's play some Overwatch. I was like, yeah dude, sure, because I hadn't talked to him in literally forever, and I haven't since that night. I need to reach out to him again so he knows I didn't forget he exists. And so that's how I got roped into playing Overwatch. And now it's like, well, I already have it installed, so when my friends are playing it, I hop on and I'm not having fun with it. I probably could have fun with it because it's still Overwatch, but I just can't jive with a lot of the changes. Not to mention, it's like, dude, they got rid of freaking medals. Like, I really don't like it when game studios strip out rewarding mechanics that encourage competition out of fear that you're gonna bully people. Because guess what? I'm gonna bully you anyways. That's the thing. It's like, I'm very toxic when I play Overwatch. I'm very competitive on that game. Not competitive enough to actually play comp, but I'm a sweat. So, it really makes me mad that it's like they got rid of medals, and it's like, what did it even do? I can still see. It's like, as opposed to saying, oh, I have gold healing and not seeing how much anyone else has, now I can see how much you have, and now I can bully you harder because I can see exactly how much healing you've done and see that I am just completely smoking you in that. Oh man, it makes me so mad. Anyways, I'm letting chat get backed up. I forgot what I was saying. I've been playing too much games in general. Also, Overwatch is cringe. Yeah, dude, I haven't played Overwatch in a hot minute. Ashe Ana main mostly. Oh, interesting. I could never really. My aim sucks. I could never get into Ana or Ashe. Although sleep darting people is so much fun. It's like the cheekiest shit. That never gets old. Glory to the USSR. Atomic Heart sadly has a long intro like Skyrim. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played it. I haven't looked too much into it, but I have a friend who I don't know if he'll be in the stream today, but he used to live in Russia, and he left the country whenever the whole Ukraine thing started. And he asked me, he's like, "Hey, dude, like, this studio has ties to like the Russian government. Supposedly, it's like Russian propaganda." He's like, "I really think you shouldn't buy it." And I was like, "Okay, you know, it wasn't really on my radar anyway, so that's fine." But let's see. Let me guess. You're a fan of Overwatch because they've got hot female characters. Fun fact about that. There's a period where I thought it would be funny if I added, what was it? The idea was I was going to, every single Mercy main I came across, I was going to add to my friends list, so no matter when we played, I would have a guaranteed Mercy pocket. Obviously that wouldn't work in Overwatch 2, because only one tank, so we kind of have to focus on that now. But it's like, I have so many Mercy mains on my friends list. Like, I look like a straight up freaking, like, thirsty ass incel. How many Mercy mains that I added in that 2 weeks, man. I eventually stopped because we never had space for any of them. That's another thing. Now that it's 5v5, it's like we got less space for my friends now too. It's like we used to have a 6-stack all the time. Now even whenever I was playing with that one friend who I haven't played with in a while, he was like, "Hey, I got like one other friend that's wanting to play," and he had to end up like leaving him for a few matches before eventually going back to hang out with him. It's like all they did is make it to where it's like the large groups we're used to playing with can't play anymore, and it's dumb. But let's see. Cataclysm was when I started playing WoW. Stopped then too. It was all right. Yeah, I just heard that. I got this mostly from Never Knows Best's History of MMOs video, which I rewatched lately. Found the middle section a bit longer than I remember it being, even though it really does drag out. And I think that's where I kind of got the like Cataclysm, changed the map, brought all those like accessibility features and stuff that kind of started. I think he said that's when WoW first saw its drop in subscriber count. Okay, so where was I? Your friends goaded you into Overwatch. Damn, those are bad friends. I mean, I like Overwatch. I could still get down with Overwatch 2. I would just have to adjust to the changes. It's just not the same, and I'm gonna find myself hating it more than I enjoy it. Yeah, it's like, man, I really wish they would have just released it as a standalone version. It would find an audience. Like, people who do not like, or, because my friends were like, "Oh, Overwatch 1 was getting stale." I was like, it really wasn't, though. But, the way my response to that was like a manufactured problem. It was getting stale because they stopped releasing new content for Overwatch so that they could make Overwatch 2. And I don't think that many of the, character changes warranted. Obviously it's like you couldn't just I mean, that's basically what they did though. Overwatch 2 isn't a sequel, it's just a 2.0 patch of Overwatch. So that's basically what they did, is just you can't even say like, "Oh yeah, it warranted a sequel, so they had to remake the game." It's like, okay, yeah, I understand that, but if that's the case, why isn't it standalone? Why can't I go play the version of the game that I like? Oh no, Salty Shrimp Pasta would drop an N-word online gaming. No, I don't go that far, but I am extremely toxic, and I will tell people. I've stopped telling people to kill themselves too. That took me a long time, but I eventually did. I think I tell them to uninstall their life instead, which, I mean, it means the same thing, but it's. I finished Laser's video from last week. There was some stuff that I disagree with, but there was some stuff that made me think about the game. Overall, nice video. Yeah, the video is pretty good. We are going to finish it today, but I got to do my obligatory like first hour of just spreading. And that's like a debate term for like talking super fast. But yeah, I got to do my first hour of conversation. Overwatch 1 getting stale while Halo fans play the same game for 15 years on MCC. Yeah, it's... Ooh, this is getting kind of loud. I mean, it's a bop, but this part always gets loud. Yeah, it's like, I personally didn't think that Overwatch 1 was getting stale. Like, I would take breaks from it, don't get me wrong, but I take breaks from everything. You know, it's like, no one's supposed to play the same game forever. If you do, I mean, and there are people who do, you know, there's people who are still playing, like, Civ 3 and shit like that, but for the most part, it's like, I can't play the same game forever. I'm gonna want to do other things, and I think this is just a rough year for my friend group because we always play Call of Duty together, and I was told not to get Modern Warfare 2 because it's garbage, and I wasn't going to buy it anyways because I knew it was going to be garbage. So we're kind of just waiting for the next COD, and I can't seem to get them to play anything else, but that's a me problem. I personally recently picked up Deep Rock Galactic, and I've been having fun with that. I've been trying to get my friends to play it with me, and no one seems interested, which is a shame because I really like it. It's really interesting. But I like procedural generation in games when it's done right, and this game does it well. So I'm kind of just group hopping. I only stay with a group for like a single mission, and I haven't had a chance to really sit down and play it for good. I don't like playing solo in that game though, because it's like, it's a good survival horror experience if you're scared of the bugs, but it's not the same. Yeah, exactly, Hero. Rock and Stone. Like, it's a good game. I really like it. I haven't put much time on it. I think I've only put about 3 or 4 hours on it, but it's one of those things where it's like, it would be really fun to experience it with friends just to see the crazy shit we get into. Because things go wrong in that game so quickly. Say play MCC? Man, but I don't want to play Halo. I suck at Halo. Rock and Stone, Scout main. I actually, Engineer is my highest character. I think... I kind of like all the characters. I only played Scout for 1 match and I got clapped. I really like Engineer. I don't love the shotgun, but I like the turret. And I played a little bit of Digger. I think it is Miner Digger, whatever his name is, the driller. I played a little bit of him the other day, and I really like the flamethrower. And I'm just waiting to be in voice chat with someone and make a dig the hole Mr. Squidward joke. But yeah, classic Forever Alone for real. It's rough. If I could stream and play online games at the same time, I would probably play a little bit of it, but I don't want to strain the Wi-Fi any more than it already is. Let's leave the poor kid alone. But yeah, speaking of which, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna message Jason, that friend of mine, and be like, yo, dude, I didn't forget you exist when we play an Overwatch next. You mean Deep Rock? Well, Rock and Stone is it's that thing that they shout whenever you win a match. They're like, Rock and Stone. It's fun. If you could stream and play multiplayer, you'll be canceled. If you guys saw me on Overwatch, it's like, okay, I am one of 2 people. I'm toxic. If I see another Baptiste, I have to assert my dominance, and I got bodied by another one last night because his aim was better than mine. But I also think he cheated. We were 1v1ing, and he threw down his immortality field, and I was like, that is such a bitch move. Like, I have a rule. I have honor. Like, whenever I play Baptiste, and I see another Baptiste, 1v1, your healing burst is allowed. Your immortality field is not, because it gives you an advantage. Yes, and I could have thrown my down and probably beaten him, but no, I'm not gonna stoop down to his level. So I got bodied, and that was the last game I played that last night. Like my pride hurt after that. And I was like, okay, yeah, okay. I'm just gonna get off and watch TV with my mom. We're gonna go watch River Monsters and forget what happened. But anyway, yeah. If you guys saw me playing Overwatch, it's like you would see I'm very active in chat naturally. I'm either really toxic, or I'm really cringe. Or I do my favorite thing, I'm toxic and cringe at the same time, like whenever that Widow kept clapping me last night, and I was accusing him of having, I was basically accusing him of having aimbot, but I refused to say it correctly, so I would say he either has aim hacks, or he has aim robots, and just stupid shit like that, you know? Oh, I see what you mean, Hero. So, your chat said Deep Rock Galactic does a good job of making it feel like your group is incomplete unless you have one of each class, since they're so unique. That's funny. I didn't even know I have that word blocked. I think I'll have to fix that, because that's not like bad enough, you know. But first message got filtered out by the stupid YouTube. That's funny. Yeah, exactly. It's like I always go the class that I see is empty whenever I join. I try to join like a 3-stack and then pick whatever class is needed. Usually Gunner and Scout are always taken, so I pretty much always have to end up going Engineer, which is fine. I like Engineer. But it's funny because I was trying to tell my friend, I was like, hey man, it's like trying to get across that it's like this is a game where the gameplay itself may not be anything fantastic, but the emergent gameplay will be like wonderful, and how everything can go wrong and we'll just have a good time. I've had a hard time selling that, basically, and I think they're just not interested, so I'm not gonna keep pestering them about it, you know. I don't want to be annoying. But an example is I joined a group of 3 the other day, and whenever I dropped down, I find myself in this the final room they were in. They were fighting off a horde, and it was like a large cylindrical room that had like a bunch of pillars sticking out of it, and there was a cavern that led to like what I'm gonna call an upstairs area. It was like higher up in the cave, and so what happened is I dropped down, I start helping fight off the horde. They were doing all right, but you know, it's like they could use the help, basically. So we fight off the horde, and everyone is like barely alive, and then they're like, okay, I think it was doing the egg hunt mission that I haven't actually done much of. And they're like, okay, we got the last egg, so they call in, of course no one's on voice chat, because I don't have my mic plugged in, and they call in the drop pod, and the drop pod ends up falling at like the top of that cylindrical room. So everyone thought it was going to drop in the upstairs area, but it didn't. It ended up dropping in the downstairs, where of course, once you call in the drop pod, another swarm comes in and tries to kill you. So I'm in the upstairs area because I'm not paying attention. Everyone leaves. I don't realize that like the thing is downstairs. So I look down, and from the upstairs there's like this little hole in the ceiling where I could see everything happening. And I see like our gunner goes down. The other 2 guys are getting overwhelmed, and we only had like 2.5 minutes because I really wasted time waiting for that drop pod. And I was like, oh crap. I was like, so this dude's down, and I don't have enough time to go back the long way around. I probably did if I would have acted now, but I came in late, so I wasn't familiar with the layout, and I was playing as Engineer, so I didn't know if there was fall damage in the game yet, so I was kind of reluctant to just jump through the hole, but basically I was like, I'm gonna have to risk it. So I took the platform gun, because you have a gun that works similar to like the glue gun from Prey, if you guys know what that is. And Prey 2017, that is. So I shoot a platform at the bottom. Now, I don't have the perk. I didn't know there was a perk at this point to reduce fall damage, so I don't have that. I'm just hoping that that it keeps me from dying. So like, I shoot the platform gun down right next to the gunner, and I jump down, and I land right next to him. It doesn't kill me somehow. I shoot the bug that's like standing over him, because they do that, I guess, and then I res him, and then we all start making our way up to the escape pod. So I'm just kind of like just shotgunning everything, hoping things die, and we finally all like get in the escape pod and we leave. And I was like, that was freaking awesome. Like, I haven't, in a multiplayer game, I haven't had an experience where I could, like, get stories like that since, like, what, 10th grade of high school? Back when we were all playing Black Ops 2. So it's like, it's the things like that I'm trying to sell to my friends. Like, it's gonna be less about, like, what we're doing and more about what happens when we do it. And so far, they haven't seemed interested. Which is a shame, because I don't want to keep playing it by myself, but I also don't want to get new friends. So far, no one's interested, but the game's really fun. I think there was a video that, I didn't watch the video, but I saw the title, where it was like Deep Rock Galactic is like the last fun game on the internet or something, and I think it's for reasons like that. The emergent gameplay is great, and it's only, it's on sale for $10 until like mid-March, and it's only like 3 gigs. So the barrier to entry is like really, really low right now. Not everyone's gonna love it, of course, because at the end of the day, you are just running around in cave systems, mining stuff, and there's different objectives and everything, you know? I haven't gotten too far into the game, so I don't know if things get really crazy, but the one where you have to, like, build a pump to, like, pump up all these resources and then fight off waves as they, like, spring leaks in your pump, and you can, like, grind rail on the pipes and everything. It's a lot of fun. I did that yesterday, and our gunner, I don't know why I thought this was so funny. Our gunner set up a zip line, because the gunner has a zip line. He's got a minigun, a revolver, a zip line, grenades, stuff like that. He sets up a zip line going, like, diagonal from the drill to, like, the ceiling, and he just kept repeatedly riding the zip line slowly uphill and shooting shit, and he was basically like a mobile turret. And I don't know why that was so funny, but I just saw that. I was like, that is such a stupid and such a genius idea at the same time. And we ended up winning because of it, because he was, like, shredding everything. Of course, I had the flamethrower, so I was helping too, scorching all our teammates, but, oh shit, I dropped my water bottle cap. But yeah, it was fun, and it's like, I think we need more games like that, where it's like the core gameplay loop is simple, but it's like, it's designed to I hate to say this, games kind of like Among Us, where it's a simple concept and it's more about the friends you have with you than the game itself. That's not going to appeal to everybody, but that's going to appeal to people like me. If it's in the game, you can use it, like me with Armor Lock. Best hub world I've seen in a while too. Yeah, exactly. I really like the hub world too. And I like the fact that, like, you can get told you're in, like, restricted areas. The first thing I did is, like, explore the ship, and I was, like, getting warned to, like, stop vandalizing, and I don't think anything happens, but they said they were gonna cut my pay. I wonder if you actually get a debuff if you keep doing it. That'd be funny. Sussy bugger. But speaking of games, since I'm on the topic, let me bring my OBS over here, because I kind of want to show off this game I found. I don't know if this game's going to be any good, but I would be really interested to see what it does. So, here's my desktop. I think I'm going to change my desktop to that Svartalfheim screenshot, because it's really nice. But, okay, so it's in my wish list. Let me grab it. It's called Outpost Infinity Siege. Now, I saw this on Twitter. I'm not active on Twitter. I'm coping about Twitter, basically. I'm not active, but I'm on it every day type thing. This game hasn't released yet, but what it is it is a first-person tower defense game. And that's a concept I never thought about. Can I, like, please go to the video? So, can I, like, maximize this so I can show it off? So it's a tower defense game that you basically play as a first-person shooter. And this is just the trailer they have on Steam. I saw some gameplay on Twitter that looked really interesting, but it's a cool concept, and it's like something that I would have never thought about, that I got like really, really interested in it whenever I saw it. I was like, oh, this looks like a really, really cool idea. So I'm assuming, based on the little bit of research I've done, that you build your base, and then you just run around the first person and just shoot shit. And it's like, as far as like having pure fun goes, I think I'm gonna buy this when it comes out. Like I'm gonna try this because I like first person shooters, and I used to always play tower defense games, like Bloons Tower Defense and stuff like that. I'm not huge into them, but I like the concept and I think they're a good time. So merging those two genres is honestly like impressively creative to me. So how long is this? We got another few minutes. So let me pull up. Let's see. Sea of Thieves sadly died, but I enjoyed the gameplay loop of that. So a Twitter lurker. Yeah, I'm a Twitter lurker, exactly. Oh, it's got a Titanfall type thing too. Oh yeah, I saw that one actually. Really interesting idea, and I'd love to see what they do with it. And this looks like it could. And you know, it's coming out third quarter of this year. And it just, man, it's like, I'm just really impressed with this, like, just the idea, because it's like, you have to be like one crazy guy to be like, you know what, I want to merge a tower defense game with a first-person shooter and a real-time strategy game, and then to go and like organize a team to make it happen. It's like, that's really interesting. So that's something on my radar. If I ever finish my projects, I would, even if I don't do a video, I would love to do. I would just love to play this. It looks really cool. Looks like Sanctum without the focus on pathing. Sanctum. Okay, is this already a thing? I'm looking at Sanctum. I didn't know this existed until now. Well, damn, here I thought it was like a one-of-a-kind, super original idea. Now I know that there's already another game that released 10 years ago. And a sequel. Interesting. Okay, so maybe it's already a thing. Oh yeah, Sanctum is more like traditional tower defense, just first person. Oh, okay. So, interesting. Well, I'm probably gonna have to pick that up to see how it compares. Sanctum 1 and 2. Of course, this would be freaking released by Coffee Stain. I don't know what it is. It's like all the games that I am playing these days, Valheim, Deep Rock, Sanctum, apparently, all of these games were published by Coffee Stain. And it's like uncanny that they happen to like be publishing all these games that I just happen to be interested in right now. But hey, maybe that means that as a publishing group, they're doing a good job at like pumping out interesting ideas. You do shoot though with weapons. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'll have to There's no such thing as original. Yeah, you're right. It's always been done at least once before. Okay, so now I can put that on my radar of games to try. Sanctum, since because that looks really interesting. I'd have to put at least like 30 hours into both of the games, and then whenever this next one comes out, I can compare it. I'm trying to expand my horizons outside of just because back in the day I used to play like only first-person shooters and only like Bethesda RPGs. I was really basic with that, and never really played action games until I got into God of War, and even then I only played God of War. So I'm needing to try like a lot of different genres, because like real-time strategies, I'd love to get into something like what's that space RTS game? I know there's a lot of them. That doesn't narrow it down, but it's the one that Mandalore was covering. Like not Homefront. I can look it up. Let me go to Mandalore's channel, because he did a video on it not too long ago. Homeworld. I'd love to get into something like Homeworld, because it looks really interesting, but just the barrier to entry for RTS games is just, damn. It's rough. Expand your horizons with COD Modern Warfare 2. Best COD since Seabass. StarCraft. You know, funnily enough, I was not thinking StarCraft, but I should have been. What's the Ring World remix? Is that what I've been playing? No, probably not. But there's a lot of good games, and it's like if you're looking for strictly, I think I've just gotten to the point where it's like I understand if you're looking for like AAA games that are fun, don't. There's a lot of games out there, and yeah, with Steam, it's hard to sift through all the crap to find the good stuff. But that doesn't mean like you shouldn't try. None of my homies likes RTS. Turn-based is the way to go. So I've played two turn-based games, like two recently. Well, semi-recently. I played XCOM 2 several years back. I never beat it because I didn't like the time limit aspect, and I played Warhammer Mechanicus not too long ago, and I also didn't beat it. I got about 8 hours on it, and I stopped playing because I had to work on other stuff. I think that got interrupted by the Fallen Order video, just like how my entire life got interrupted by the God of War video. But I'd like to go back and beat Mechanicus. It's a lot of fun. I like how they took the idea of chance out of the equation. I know it's like hit chance is a big part of RTS game, not RTS, but turn-based games. But I like how it focuses more on line of sight, because I just think it gives you like more opportunities. Bro, you played XCOM but not Paper Mario. Well, I haven't played a lot of Nintendo games. And I haven't played it, seriously played a Nintendo game in several years. If you don't count me going back to GameCube and playing some of the older ones, like Wind Waker. If you want something like that, which is beginner-friendly with a high skill ceiling, go play Advance Wars. Okay, still got Steam pulled up. Advance Wars. Did I spell that right? Is this on Steam? Let me see. Not finding that one, but Steam's a little vague on the title. May add a D to that. Yeah, that didn't help. Alright, I'm gonna have to Google it. Okay, gotcha. That's why it looks like it's on Switch. Well, technically it's on Game Boy, but okay, that makes sense why I can't find it. I would have to emulate that. Hopefully Nintendo doesn't strike my channel just for saying that. Just play Halo Wars, best RTS. I have heard that Halo Wars is a good entry point for RTS. Yeah, I did see Advance Wars is coming to Switch. I think they called it like Advance Wars Rebooted or something. April 21st, 2023. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp. And Hero, since you're giving off suggestions, since you do a lot of like platformers and games like that for your channel, I would love to see you cover Scalar, if you've heard of it. Oh, wait, sorry. Just because I don't know if you've played this game, but it would be really interesting. I imagine you probably have, but it would be really interesting to see your thoughts on it. Let me pull up the Wikipedia page. This one, I played this game a lot as a kid, and I still have this game too. But I think it's more Ratchet and Clank than it is like Crash Bandicoot or Spyro. So I think if you haven't played it, I think you'd enjoy it. You probably have though. You've played freaking almost everything under the sun, it seems. Every game I haven't, you've played. But if you haven't played it, I'd be happy to give you a brief rundown of what the gameplay is like. Other than that, what are the odds I could stream? I don't know. I cannot call this a Ragnarok work stream and then start playing games. Never heard of it, but I wasn't that much of a PlayStation dude back in the day. Okay, so this game is similar to Ratchet and Clank in that it is a combat-focused platformer with grind rails. I don't know if it has as many of the Ratchet and Clank mini games because I haven't played it in several years, but the way it works is to start off, it's an isekai, which I didn't know that until recently, but it's kind of funny to think about. And you basically play as like a blue chameleon dude who has the ability to kill these other dinosaurs / lizard things, and then after you kill enough of the special ones, you can shapeshift into them for that level. So you do that to like use their abilities to solve puzzles, and then eventually you use that to fight the boss. So at each level that has a new ability for you to unlock, because other levels will reuse these abilities. It has a loop of like showing up, tracking down I think 6 or 8 of these things, and then fighting them. And I don't remember if they're tough. I know some of them aren't, but you have to like find them down because they're rare, but they're around the level. They're in fixed locations though. You kill them, and then you can shapeshift into them, solve the puzzles, get to the boss, use that ability to fight the boss. And I remember it being a lot of fun. I remember I think there were some mini games. I remember there being a racing mini game, and there being. Was that it? Was there just a racing minigame? Maybe it is more like Ratchet and Clank than I think. Is this a Ratchet and Clank clone? Is Scalar a Ratchet and Clank clone? Well, according to this random YouTube video, it looks like it is they do say Ratchet and Clank clones and ripoffs, and I guess it's on there. So. I think it literally would be like right up your alley by the sound of it though, just because it's so similar to those games. But I just remember the shape-shifting mechanic very fondly, and I remember to this day some of the bosses being really good. But of course, this is coming from someone who hasn't played the game in like at least 10 years. The only level that sucks is an on-rails turret section. Yeah, I think we need to do away with on-rails turret sections and do grind rails turret sections. That's the other mini game, an on-rails turret section. I knew I was missing one. Yeah, there's this level. Man, this level kicked my ass so much as a kid. There's this level where you have like this flying dinosaur pterodactyl thing that can like shoot. I think you do it a couple times. Did every level have a mini game associated with it? I remember the jellyfish like level having. No. The jellyfish level is when you can turn into the flying things, and then you have to go do the don't touch the walls race. Man, I'm like really racking my brain to remember. It's been so long. there's a good variety of like mini games, and I think there might be a mini game in every level. What were you collecting? Were you collecting crystals? It had a Crash Bandicoot / Spiral style, like you have to collect things in each level, and you don't have to get all of them. You have to get a majority of them. I guess you could say that's like Super Mario 64 too. But what were you collecting? I'm gonna have to replay this game. It's been so long. I'm gonna have to find out if it's actually still fun. But, anyways, game looks good. Might have to play through it. Yeah, I think you should. Specifically because, like I said, seeing your Ratchet and Clank videos and stuff, I feel like this would be something you would really enjoy. Yeah, each creature had a minigame to it. The penguin is what you might be remembering. You were collecting eggs. Yes, you were collecting eggs. I don't remember why. I do remember the penguin. The penguin was the one that could swim. That sounds really, really stupid out loud, but it makes sense in game. I think you swim through lava. That might be the weird factor. No, I'm thinking of like the pterodactyl, the one you could fly. What's that one like purple jellyfish looking level? I'm probably describing that poorly. I just remember the platforms looking like jellyfish, where you have to kill like the flying guys, and they're really tough to kill because they could fly. And then you have to do like that tunnel race section where like you can't touch the walls or you take damage. If you take too much damage, you fail. I don't think I ever successfully beat that challenge. So maybe it is like Ratchet and Clank and Spyro all bundled together. Now, the more I think about this, the more I see similarities. Like, the mini-games remind me of Spyro Year of the Dragon. The grind rails remind me of, and the combat reminds me of Ratchet and Clank. And the transformations also remind me of Spyro Year of the Dragon, now that I think about it. Not quite the same, but... Damn, that was a good Spyro game, too. I should go replay that. That game I have replayed more recently. Anyways, it's been forever. And I see you said do it. I'm assuming you were referring to me playing Deep Rock. I will do it if you tempt me. You probably shouldn't tempt me. Maybe we should probably finish the video first. We only had like 40 minutes left. And then, if I am peer pressured enough, I might play some Deep Rock, and I might, make a fool out of myself. See, but I'm not toxic in chat on Deep Rock. I'm just stupid. But I'm stupid in chat everywhere, though. It's kind of like it's kind of like my kryptonite. I can't stop myself from saying something ridiculous, even at work. I just have to do it like, business casual stupid talk, meaning it has to be like PG-13 at most. Not modern day PG-13. I'm talking like way back in the day PG-13. Has the Strat Edgy vid got covered in these? Did he do a Ragnarok vid? I don't think I did. I watched his Gothic video. I did not love it. I did not. That's too generous. I vehemently hated his Gothic video. His Gothic video was insulting to me as someone who's put hundreds of hours on the games to do like a legitimate analysis. That video offended me. No hate against the guy himself, of course. You always have to say that. I'm not coming at him or anything like that, but I watched his Gothic video, and I've got to say, it was not good. Okay, he did do a Ragnarok video. Well, we didn't watch it, and we're probably not going to. There's a lot of videos that didn't end up getting added. Yeah, and he's mad that it did not succeed. His Gothic... did it not succeed? Let me see. I don't know, because I don't really watch his channel. I think Strat Edgy and Salt Factory are about on the same level as far as my interest in their channel goes. No offense to them, of course, and I know it's hard to say something like... It's hard to say I don't like your content and then not expect them to like feel offended about it. But there's a lot of channels that I'm like reluctant to watch. Noah Caldwell Gervais or Gervais, I think the S is silent. I've never really loved his stuff either. I'm obligated to say that I think that obviously they put effort into their work and it takes time, and I respect that. It's never been my cup of tea. Same thing with Mahler. Never watched Mahler. So, his Gothic video got 49,000 views, and by comparison, his Fallout New Vegas Honest Hearts video got 63,000, but that's a Fallout New Vegas video. And then his Divinity Original Sin 2 video got 30,000. So, I mean, I think it did decent. You know, Baldur's Gate 2 got 139,000. That's really impressive. But his Ragnarok video did even fewer. So if he was upset about the Gothic video, I don't think he should be, because he pulled in decent numbers with it. If you could have one superpower, what would it be? Mine would be super speed, because it's OP. Let's see. I don't know, because I think I'm perfect the way I am. I'm exactly how God made me. I'm gonna have to think about this, because I want to do something really broken, but I feel like I should stop myself. I think if I could have one superpower, it would be the ability to mildly influence people, because I am sick of nobody listening to me. That's where my headspace is at. I'm not talking something crazy like mind control, you do everything I say. It's just, you know, the ability to just be like, you know, get you to listen to me, maybe get us to find some middle ground on something. It'd be really, really great in politics if you could not get everyone to agree with you, but you could get them to entertain what you have to say, and possibly through your own merit change their mind. I think it's not too busted. It's basically just having like a charisma of 15. See, yeah, I think super speed. I think super speed would probably be too busted, because it's like, gosh, just imagine making the world feel so small by like going so fast all the time. So high charisma, yeah, basically just really high charisma to be like, so, you know, just so that whenever I'm talking to people, they don't just like just stop acknowledging my existence type thing. That doesn't happen like ever, by the way, but but it is like one of those things that like can kind of set me off, is whenever I'm talking and someone just ignores me. It really gets under my skin. Specifically when I'm at work and I'm trying to have a work-related discussion with someone, and especially now that I think this comes from me recently being promoted to a supervisor for the first time in my life, is I'm noticing that people tend to just not really listen to you, and it makes me mad, because whenever it comes to banking, we need to handle things very, very carefully. And it really, really gets on my nerves whenever I'm telling someone, like, we need to do this or we could get in trouble, and then they go and do something else. That grinds, man, that pisses me off. So you'd still walk like a normal person speed, but everything else would move super fast. In that case, you'd perceive running 100 kilometers as taking a really long time, though, right? I'm so tempted to flip on the what the fuck is a kilometer meme. Just because I feel like it. Alright, take this off. But, yeah, so, high charisma, that would be my superpower. the ability to get people to listen to you so that they can hear what you have to say, and then they can still, I don't want it to be like broken or anything, so it's like they can still come to their own opinion, but they would at least listen. It would be great for bringing people to a reasonable discussion instead of everyone just trying to go at each other's throats. Celsius is greater than Fahrenheit. I don't know. I'm really acclimated to Fahrenheit for weather. See, this has always been my mentality. Celsius is better for scientific use. Fahrenheit is better for like weather and meteorology, because the difference in my logic is like you really have to get into the decimals with Celsius in order to kind of gauge temperature correctly. Fahrenheit, it's like the difference of 1 degree is like a fixed number, or it's a fixed unit. And of course it's like that really just comes down to the perspective of like the conversion is really different, but it's like it's a fixed unit with Fahrenheit. Like 1 degree is 1 degree. So turning the temperature from like 75 degrees Fahrenheit to like 76 degrees Fahrenheit is not nearly as much of a change as going from like 20 degrees Celsius to 21 degrees Celsius. But I mean, that's all. You're just copying Pat, you hack. No, like I've had that mentality since long before I've been watching Patrician's content. Like I constantly was getting into arguments with people in Joseph Anderson's Discord server about it, because there's a guy who's like really, he just loves to argue. So that was always the thing that that I would say, is it's like they're just, it really is a big difference. It's like I think of it as like, how do you keep your food from spoiling if like the difference in a degree is so large compared to Fahrenheit? Of course, this guy's argument was just a straw man that, and be like, oh well, I guess we should have a measurement of like 1 to 5,000, so it's got more granularity. It's like, yeah, okay, dude, you're obviously just not paying attention to what I'm saying. Flash is super bland like Superman. Man, you're really arguing about super speed. Kind of dumb reasoning though, because that's exactly how I perceive Celsius in regards to the weather and stuff. That you think that like Celsius is a, yeah, but so the decimal thing, that's the thing, is it's like I know this is literally just like having grown up with Fahrenheit, that the thought of using decimals is literally foreign to me. But I can't imagine saying like, yeah, man, it's like 20.4 degrees outside. It's like, that just doesn't sound as good as being able to say it's 60 degrees, it's 64 degrees or something like that. It's like, it is 30.325 degrees outside, and we're supposed to implicitly understand what that means. The crux of the argument is that it really comes down to preference, and there's not like no one unit is better than the other. It's just people arguing for the sake of argument. And I happen to know a thing or two about that, because I used to argue politics in my spare time in my teen years. Tell me one Flash author known for its run. Ezra Miller, dude. Yeah. He's known for Flash. He's also the only Flash I know. mostly for bad reasons, but I saw a video talking about Russell Brand and how he deals with people who ignore him conservation. I'm assuming you mean ignore him in conversation. Or, well, not dumb reasoning for why it's best for you since you're used to it, but dumb reasoning for arguing that it's superior. Yeah, I can see that. Like I said, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, most people just bring up that argument because they just want to, like, hate bandwagon on the US and how the US does stuff. It's like, I only see specific types of people, like, legitimately get up in arms about Celsius and Fahrenheit, or about, like, miles and kilometers. But you see, that's the thing. We gaslit our entire country into thinking that like the inch, foot, mile metric is superior by the fact that we call it standard and we call the European method metric. So if it's standard, it must be the normal version, right, guys? I don't know why it's called standard and metric. I just know what that is. You like bandwagon hating on the U.S. Hey, man. You can take your croissants and get out of here. Did I put my... I didn't even put my keys away. Damn. I think it's just natural for people to just hate other people's countries and then proclaim that their country has no problems. It's just like, it's just normal. We call it freedom units with a large hint of sarcasm. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's that much bigger, so it's that much freer, you know? I've always, I mean, I know the conversion isn't like 1-to-1, but I've always just generalized that a mile is like roughly 2 kilometers, because I think it's very close. Let me Google that. It's about 1.6, so 1.5. Yeah, so it's if we're just like really roughing it, I could get pretty close. So like 2 kilometers is like what? A mile and a half? 1.24. Okay, that makes sense. So it's like a mile and a quarter. But yeah, they are freedom units. 1.3 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yeah, you're closer than me. Because it said like 1.6. So do you guys say, like, whenever you do units like that, since you use the comma, do you say 1,3 or do you say 1.3 or do you just say 1.3? Like a ratio type thing? That's something I've never thought about until today. It's just like South Americans, how they spell like haha with like J-A-J-A. And I know it means the same thing, but it always throws me off when I see it. Because I'm like, are these typos? Because the letters are like right next to each other. You still say point? Okay, gotcha. So your point, yeah, your points are just a little fancier and a little more French than ours are, is how it is. Speaking of which, how far were we into these, what do you call it, into this video? I think we were like an hour and 20 minutes? I think we were like roughly right there. Actually, I say point in English, but comma in Norwegian. How do you say comma in Norwegian? Google back at it again. Hit me with the translate. Google, translate into Norwegianese for me. Oh, you literally just say comma. Lame. It's just comma with a K. Maybe because I speak with an American accent. Do you... By Norwegian standards, do you speak with an American accent? Because you have a very, very distinct accent compared to like most of the people in my area who, I mean, I live in I live in like Hicktown, USA, but I feel like if I were to go to Norway or any European country, they'd be like, "Man, you sound like a hillbilly." I'm like, I really don't, though. I don't sound like Boomhauer. I got a little bit of that southern drawl, you know? But it's like, I'm at a point where I just start slurring my sentences. It happens. We don't speak very elegantly here. Wally West is like the golden... Oh, you're still talking about the Flash. American influenced accent? I guess when I first heard your accent, I did think it was South American. So I could see that. Then again, I'm just really bad at gauging accents. And I just thought you were like just a really, really pale Brazilian. Norway is not Europe, bro. They're not even Union. Look, everything east of the Atlantic is Europe. Asia is Europe. Japan is Europe. I mean, that's not really true. Asia is its own thing. It's just that Europe is like the whole stretch of like the UK to like Germany and Poland and everything north of that. Greenland is just kind of Greenland. These are Josh standards, by the way. Oh shit, I just doxed myself. These are shrimp standards, by the way. Oh well, you guys already knew my first name. You'd seen my PlayStation profile. All right, I think it's about time that I just cave, get a face cam, and just completely dox myself, so that I don't have to worry about it coming out. American accents are really fickle, and it depends where you are. Yeah, there's no one, there's no one, like, American accent. There's, Southern U.S., Bible Belt area, and then even within there, it's like the difference between a Tennessee and a Louisiana accent are very different. Like, Cajun accents sound way different. Just like the difference between, New Jersey and New York is only really distinguishable by them. I guess it's the same here, but it's still different. And then you got your Pacific Northwest and your West Coast accents, and then you got your near Canadian accents over in like those areas. Not in the Union, still at the mercy of their regulations. You guys actually have your own autonomy over your oil reserves, though. That's why you don't enter it. Anything past Austria is not Europe. That's roughly my geology is geography. My geography is kind of bad, but Austria is that's roughly where Russia starts, I think, isn't it? Or is no. I'm thinking World War I, Austria, Germany, all those things. So I don't actually know where that's at. Okay, it's by Germany and the Czech Republic. Okay, gotcha. And then there's all those other countries that I don't know about, like Slavia. Is that called Slovenia? Is that still a country? Don't feel bad. I couldn't tell you where all the states are either. Let me just look it up on a map. Where's Google Maps at? Okay, Slovenia is still a country that's over by Croatia. Man, that entire thing of like Central to Eastern Europe, I just know nothing about. So, so anything past Austria is not Europe. Does that mean that Poland's not Europe? I mean, that's Eastern Europe, isn't it? We usually call those countries Eastern European. Oh, damn. Finland's all the way over there. I really need to invest in a map and just look at it from time to time so that I know. Just so I know. And most of these countries are roughly the size of Texas, it looks like. Then there's just Alaska. Okay, interesting. I should really, really invest in some maps and just kind of, study them. Because I don't know shit about Europe. Yeah, and we have a pretty banger trade deal too, so there's really no reason to actually join the EU. Is there any reason to join the EU? I mean, we don't really hear much here about the EU as much as we do about the UN. Probably because obviously we're not part of the EU. You don't get money from them, and you can't access their courts as far as I know. Austria-Hungary is pretty long. They went all the way to the Balkans? I can't read that from here. Let me zoom in. I'm blind. Europe is a continent. Everyone should own a globe. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. I should get like a mini globe. Just put it on my desk. And when people ask, I'll say it's so that whenever I'm streaming, I can like refer to the locations they're talking about, so that I can remember those other countries that no one thinks about, like Croatia. Whatever. We all know that the Earth is torus-shaped. It's shaped like a donut, and the moon goes through the hole in the middle. The moon's just one big donut hole. We don't see it during the day because light bends near the center. A flat map is a poorer representation of the actual land masses. Yeah, that's fair. I can see that. Okay. Now that we are done with that, let me check the stream last week and see exactly when we left off so we don't retread any of the same ground. I think we had like 45 minutes left, if I am not mistaken. And then once we finish the video, I'll probably just play some Deep Rock or something, because why not? I can just hang out. I was going to do that afterwards anyways. And then eventually I need to finish the script, because the script is so close to being done, I just have to force it out. And then I can go back to recording audio. It's already March. This is going to be done like mid-April, I think. Okay, so the video, whenever we ended off, was at about 1 hour 30 minutes and some odd seconds. So I'm about 10 minutes before where we actually were. So 1 hour, we'll just start at 1:30. There we go. Okay. Let me pause the music. Switch over to the display. Move that. Make that full screen. Okay, I am ready. Let me test the audio and see how loud that is.
Own right. This is something the game refuses to do very often.
It's about roughly the same as my speaking voice. I might be a little bit louder, but that's okay. Let's do it. Entering spoiler areas. I'm gonna drop out. See ya. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, dude. I appreciate it. I will see you when I see you, I think. Maybe. Alright, let's do it.
It's usually insistent on the player.
Oh, I gotta speed this up. Otherwise, we're gonna be here for another 40 minutes, and I'd rather get this done closer to 20.
Every little detail, and therefore has to point it all out in excruciating blatancy. This moment, though, just lets itself be a character moment, which makes it far more believable, meaningful, and satisfying to the audience.
Okay, the final major way that I feel writing feels not bad, just, I guess, off, is in tone. The game feels far more concerned with being self-aware, funny, and all-round jovial than it does with making sure the characters are well-written and the world feels immersive. Or maybe it's using it as a crutch. I really don't know. I don't really think this world feels anywhere near the same as the one we were exploring in 2018. It feels like a totally different place. In 2018, the only funny character was Mimir, and he was made funnier by the fact that he was the only funny character. Sure, sometimes Brock and Sindri were funny too, but it wasn't in the same way, and it wasn't a constant that followed you around. In Ragnarok, it seems every single character, other than probably Kratos, just quips now. Atreus has become awkward MCU Tom Holland Peter Parker.
Atreus, where have you been?
Freya is dumbed down for some reason so that she can come across as a funny fish out
See, this is a Marvel comparison that it actually works because he's not wrong.
of water type character.
I told you the key would get him home.
Because you tapped it with a hammer. Dwarven magic makes no sense.
Angrboda is awkward and doesn't understand social cues.
You look weirder than I imagined. Sorry. Was that mean?
Odin is a mob boss or CEO archetype of a character, and that's supposed to be a funny subversion of what we actually expected to get.
Heimdall, will you just relax? Were you intending on killing me first thing? See? What, that's not good enough for you?
Freya is literally just a walking funny machine.
I'll return to Alfheim to unite the elves.
Just like that. Unite the elves after centuries of war.
Well, They really like me and all fine.
Just like a really quick side note too, that is the only explanation we get for why Freyr is able to unite the elves. They just like him, and that's it. Centuries of conflict, and, well, I mean, they like me over there.
It is, okay, so yeah, it is sort of explained in the side content that, with Alfheim. Also, we're back on watching some dudes, yay, yeah, exactly. It's about time we get it done, so we can be done with it. Since this is the last stream, I may go for a little longer just hanging out, but I have more fun when I'm streaming just hanging out than I do when I'm actually doing something. But yeah, it is explained a little bit more in the Alfheim side content, the extent that Freyr meant to the elves, basically. But it's still really dumb that that's like the only explanation we get, so that's not wrong. Odin basically is a mob boss, though. It's kind of how he comes off.
Really? That's the only reason you get even Heimdall, who's supposed to be a cold and spiteful character, like a really dumbed down and shallow version of Baldur, with a single character trait, says funny things sometimes.
Ghoul Topper. Who loves me the most? Who loves me the most?
I think that's my least favorite one. I think that one is, like, why'd they make him do that there? Is that, what does that, why'd they write that? The way this world is constructed feels a million times less believable than it did in 2018. It just feels inconsistent with the way it was established. Why is everyone quipping? It's just not necessary. That's not the only way to create compelling characters. 2018 proved this. Why has this game seemingly regressed into the crutch of making every character MCU Thor or Tony Stark? It's trying to create this sense of a funny, dysfunctional family dynamic. Look at them all sitting around at a table eating. How funny and quirky and amusing to watch, because God of War's normally about killing gods, but we watch Kratos eat a sausage.
The simple thrill of Kratos eating a sausage.
Think about this for a moment. From what we saw in 2018 of Freya, of Mimir, Baldur, Magni, and Modi, could anyone truly have predicted the Norse pantheon that we see in Ragnarok, where they all just act like regular modern families? Is this really the Odin we pictured? The Thor? Thrud is a regular teenager, except they replace usual teenage problems with Norse things, like being mad at your mum because she doesn't let you become a Valkyrie, instead of being like, going out to a party. You can't tell me these things are not supposed.
In this house, Zeus is a hero. End of story.
To be funny. What else are they supposed to be for? When we first reach Asgard, it's meant to be a total subversion of our expectations. It's why they introduce us first to Heimdall, because he's the only one that is slightly similar to the way 2018 characterized it. And so we expect things to be the way we thought they would play out, and then we meet Odin and it's like, oh. And rather than that subversion being interesting, it's the most basic and boring way you could have approached it. What if the Norse gods were just various mirrors of things we know from modern society? It feels like what Disney would do if they were to make a Pixar movie set in Norse mythology. You cannot tell me I'm wrong, that's exactly what this feels like. Odin is the evil corporate head, Sif is the mother trying to hold the family together, Thor is the dad with a midlife crisis, Thrud is the rebellious teenager, Heimdall is the big bully character. But where would Baldur, Magni, and Modi fit into this? Nowhere, because they were conceived in an entirely different plane of creative thinking to the gods that we see in this game, which is where the core disconnect comes from. There is no reality where I can imagine Baldur in this version of Asgard, or where...
Well, I mean, I don't think that they would all be, like, mutually the way... so I don't think they'd be like how Magni and Modi are with you to each other. I think it makes sense that there's some semblance of what appears to be... I paused on the worst frame 1 second.
Thor beats his son bloody...
There we go. That's better. I don't think that... I think it makes sense that they would all be a little more friendly with each other, but it's clear they're still dysfunctional and they still hate each other. It just, I don't know. I feel like, I guess maybe I do like the way that they're portrayed, and I don't agree that it's, as bad as he's making it. I can see, then again, I have not played God of War 2018 recently. He has, so keep that in mind. He is going straight from, like, God of War 2018 into Ragnarok back to back, and he's gonna have those comparisons that I don't, but, I think, I kind of think that they are portrayed as, like, everything, all the functionality is, like, a facade that they put up, and it starts to slip the more you hang around them, and the more you start to see just how much they really do hate each other. But, that's just me.
Because he didn't save his brother's life. It trades those things for a much more lighthearted approach. And wouldn't it have been interesting if Thor was redeemed from being an abusive father rather than just a drunk, who is sometimes a bit mean? The game seems to completely ignore how he treated his sons, almost pretending that didn't happen, because how do you confront that with depth?
Actually, it's said in a side conversation, and I think that's basically all I need to say, because it speaks for itself. It feels like they put a lot of lines into the game that are just, it's like criticism. How can I word this? It is criticism deflection. They're going to take things that they feel people might criticize, and they're going to add a side travel dialogue conversation bit that explains it, but it doesn't really excuse it. and the fact that people can miss it so easily almost makes it, like, not enough. But at the same time, it's like, with how big the game is, I can't think of how else they could do this off the top of my head. It's kind of like I guess maybe they could just portray their characters better, but I again, personally, I feel like the characters are handled very well in this game, for the most part.
How do you keep this basic and simple approach and also deal with serious themes like child abuse? You don't. And what you end up with is one-note, archetypal characters that have been done to death with a tone that mimics the success of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You lose identity and water down your brand's integrity, and it seems to hit all aspects of the game. And I know I keep saying that exact thing, and then I'm like, this script is going into all aspects of it, so you'll see that for yourself. I don't know why I keep saying it out. I'm going to stop me every time that comes up in the script. I'm not going to say it anymore, okay? I'm done. Let's move on. When the writing isn't brushing important things under the rug, it's busy trying to rush through character arcs with the most unnatural and overt dialogue they can think of to simply state what's happening and what you should be feeling. And when it's not doing that, it's filling the time with jokes and fourth wall breaks, like Kratos referencing the original trilogy to make you pog, and fucking PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale being canon.
Brother, I've heard my share of stories about your homeland, but I'd also heard that you once fought in a tournament.
I fought in many contests.
But this particular one, I heard you did battle with beasts, scoundrels, princesses, the undead, automatons, and history's greatest musician. That's not true, is it?
I would not speak of this.
Fair enough, brother.
Why is this in the game? I'm losing my mind. What?
It's called an Easter egg.
You stop caring about world building and immersion? Is this really what you people want? Well, that's enough of me blabbering on about the story and the writing and the unimportant parts of the game. World exploration is a key component of God of War now. Why? Well, because it was in 2018, so it's a thing these games do now. You might...
I don't know, it's like, can you really criticize Ragnarok for having an Easter egg or a reference to something like that when we're not going to criticize it in every other single game that has similar Easter eggs, like the Assassin's Creed Easter egg in The Witcher 2, for example, just off the top of my head. Could we look at that? And I mean, obviously it's like, that's a reference. This is kind of like canonizing it, but at the same time, it's like, it's not meant to be taken seriously. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not really, it doesn't affect anything, and I didn't even know what it was referencing until well after I played the game.
I think that's a harsh assessment, but I mean, is it really wrong? A world to explore has to be justified. It can't just be tacked on. Look at some of the worst games for general exploration. One I would always point to is Shadow of the Tomb Raider. It's built to be an explorable Metroidvania type game because that's what the
But see, this Easter egg is too silly, bruh. It's a recorded line. I can't tell if you're being serious, but it's one of those things where it's like, I just how do I say this? I don't know. Am I supposed to have an issue with it? These are the things that keep me up at night. Not really, but I like to say that. Is it's like, if I kind of look at something and I'm like, oh, you know, it doesn't really bother me, and I kind of dismiss it, it's like, should it bother me? I don't know. It's like, am I dismissing it just because it's a game that I like? But at the same time, I don't like this game anymore. I'm not going to finish my third playthrough. I cannot bring myself to boot up the game and finish it. I'm literally at the Ragnarok sequence, and I just cannot bring myself to do it. So, I don't know. Maybe it's a personal problem.
previous two games did. And even Rise of the Tomb Raider struggled to justify itself.
Or maybe it's just the fact that I just kind of am really averse to, like, nitpicking if I can avoid it. I mean, I could get why someone would be mad. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I definitely understand. It's just I kind of don't relate, though. So it's like, maybe, and again, I think it comes back to that thing is, like, the level of seriousness that the previous game took itself compared to what they're doing with it now. From that perspective, I can definitely see why it would be worth criticizing. So I kind of got to keep it in perspective. He's not saying this specific Easter egg is bad. He's saying, like, when you compare it to God of War 2018 and how it handled its characters and its world, it took itself very, very seriously. It becomes problematic then. So I understand it. I just don't relate
in a meaningful way. Now, I have my thoughts on the Tomb Raider reboot. I even have a video planned somewhere in my brain on the rise and fall of the Tomb Raider franchise. Maybe I'll get around to it one day, maybe this year. But the one thing the 2013 reboot did perfectly was justify its explorable world and everything you were doing in it. Rise and Shadow merely attempted to replicate that meaning on a surface level and so lost all depth in the process. And while Rise is certainly better than Shadow, neither are as good as 2013 for this very reason. This same line of thought has to apply to every game with exploration. It doesn't just exist because it's a video game, it exists for a reason. The reason, of course, in Tomb Raider 2013 is that Lara is a pre-Tomb Raider Lara. Lara. We need her out of her comfort zone. What better way to do that than to drop you in a large open space that is traversable at your will and explorable when you gain better equipment later down the line. Your exploration of this space, your equipment, your progression, everything moves with the narrative. And so as you get better at playing the game, Lara becomes a better Tomb Raider. And the open space that you can explore facilitates this progression and narrative purpose. It's really, really good, considering I don't really think the reboot is that great for Tomb Raider. But the way that they justify the explorability of it is very, very good, and a great example for this video. In Sonic, the levels are vast stretches because Sonic is fast, and a core character trait is his love of fast-paced exploration. It's why Sonic Frontiers actually had an easy way to justify its open world, but managed to somehow fuck it up in favor of being the cheap, he's just trapped on an island trope. In Uncharted, the exploration is more linear than something like The Last of Us, because in Uncharted, it's a faster-paced action franchise with a focus on clue-to-clue expedition storytelling, with smaller areas for off-the-beaten-track exploration, but not a lot, because why would you focus on that? The Last of Us, however, has a large emphasis on exploration of levels, because how do you best survive? You hide, you scavenge, you explore. Games vary from title to title on how well they manage to justify their mechanics and exploration, and what it means for character and narrative, but they always have to try, because otherwise things start to feel totally pointless. The systems and story don't gel together as well, and you end up lost in a sea of disconnected mechanics. In God of War 2018,
Hey man, don't be dissing Metro Exodus like that though. I'm assuming he was using that in a negative connotation. I'm very defensive over Metro Exodus.
the exploration is justified via Atreus. Kratos simply wouldn't choose to explore alone. He wouldn't. Atreus is guiding him. It allows for Atreus to grow as a person, discover who he is internally, it allows for a bond to grow between father and son, and it forces Kratos to learn a better way of being. That is all done through exploration and justified because of its narrative. It's a self-perpetuating cycle, and it's glorious. How does Ragnarok justify its world? Well, it doesn't. What I said earlier was true. There is an explorable open space in Ragnarok because there was one in 2018, but it fails to recognize that the world in 2018 existed as a gameplay mechanic because it informed major story beats, and also was informed by major story beats. Ragnarok has no reason to have these large explorable spaces. They simply aren't justified in a believable way. Ask yourself this: if 2018 didn't exist, if we had no precedent for this era of God of War, or if 2018 just didn't have explorable environments and was entirely linear, would this story, the story of Ragnarok, need to have these explorable areas? Would they still have put them in the game, or would the make of the game look entirely different? I think that it would. I think a lot of the reason this game is the way that it is because 2018 did it. The open areas, the progression system, the one-shot camera, the companion system, the puzzle solving, all of these things, of course, were in 2018 for deeply integral reasons. They all informed each other, they informed the plot, and vice versa. Ragnarok is just following suit and failing to integrate them in a natural and cohesive way. The closest we get to the game trying to justify its exploration is when Mimir explains to Atreus that his father just wants to spend time with him before he's gone.
Thanks for bringing us out here, but you don't have to do this kind of stuff just to keep my mind off Ragnarok, you know?
This was not a distraction.
No? Then why are we really out here?
Have you ever considered? He just wants to spend time with you, lad. Well, he still can.
I've recently bought the Metro books thanks to your video. I know it's going to be weird, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, I still have them, and I think I should probably reread Metro 2033 at some point, because there are very few books that I actually like to read. And I think I'd like to re-go through probably 2033 and 2035. I could skip 2034 and be okay. But I'd like to go through them again because they really are good, and I really do like them. I need to get back into reading at least one, at the very least, like one book per year. Even though I don't read a lot, I really need to get into it again. Because I enjoy reading whenever I enjoy it, but it's very hard for me to get into it because I have to like bring myself to do it. But once I get into it, it's like I basically binge it. Maybe I could read at work. Got a lot of downtime in the evenings.
Really?
We do not know what lies ahead, but if Ragnarok approaches, I wish to enjoy the time we have left.
And sure, that's fine, but it's less of a deep meaning and more of an excuse. And even then, a majority of the time exploring is spent with Freya anyway. I don't feel Kratos has changed enough as a person to deeply want to go out and help people, especially because time and time again, he continues to characterize himself as someone who doesn't want to help people.
You've done a great kindness.
A temporary one. The garden will die again.
All things do. That is no reason not to try. Thank you for taking the time to help my people.
I helped no one. They were already dead.
I feel lifted.
Enjoy it. It will not last. You will cure the dead.
I promised I would take care of my people.
You do not even remember her. Nor she you.
And this, right out of the gate, harms
Excuse
the
me.
exploration, because at no point truly did I feel like it
Snuck
made
up on
sense
me.
to go
I'm an absolute weed, so I own lots of manga. See, I'm not an absolute weed, so I don't. I can count on two hands how many books I've read. Yeah, that's a word. I've read in recent years, because there's only 6 of them.
off exploring, especially with the main story.
Or there's 7. Was Aragon a 3 or 4 part saga? I think it was 4. Okay, so I've read 7. It's still in one hand. Yeah, so, long story short, I read the Aragon Saga, because I was like, hey, I own this book, I kind of want to read it, and, because we've had it for years. I read it, I enjoyed it, I looked back at it, I realized it was literally Tolkien and Star Wars, like, merged together, and that it fell apart at the end, and now I'm, like, very critical of it. I can't have good things. I can't just enjoy things, apparently.
Story so chock full of stuff to get through with a huge threat on the horizon. This is exemplified by the fact that when the game focuses down on story, it becomes totally linear. Every time we take control of Atreus, the world exploration is locked. The levels are linear. The focus is a million times better, and the game just tells the story it actually wants to tell. But then when we
No, no, not Aragorn, Aragon. It's a, it's different. I'll spell it. It's about Durgans.
revert to Kratos, the character we want to play as, we're told
It had that, like, really, really shitty movie adaptation in the mid-2000s. That one. Which, whenever I read the book, I was like, the movie is, like, nothing like the book.
by side characters to probably go off and explore a bit, because if we don't, it'll make us play as a trade.
Yeah. I think you could have just left it at those books ended really weird, because I can almost tell that the author, because it's like a I think he started it when he was a teenager. Very clearly, the main character is his self-insert. There's a lot of directions the stories went in that I didn't really like. I can tell he wrote himself into a corner with the magic system, and how he hyped up the main villain to be this complete unstoppable beast of a man, and he did not come up with that with an answer to the question, how could this person be this powerful? So he just had to, like, pull something out of his ass about 3 or 4 books in. And it's like, he made it work to the point that it's like, okay, it's believable, until we got to the point where there was, like, literally a magic spell that just worked as cloud storage. It's really weird. It's like, yeah. You just put all this stuff in here and you say this, and then it, like, makes it microscopic and it follows you around. It's like, dude, you literally just invented, like, fantasy cloud storage for the sake of the plot. So I can tell by the 4th story that things were really falling apart. And then the very end is just, it was just weird. Everything about it was just weird. I think the actual, like, end of the story was pretty satisfying, and I was like, okay, I was not itching for more. I can't just enjoy things. The critic's blessing and curse. Yeah. That's how it feels, though. It's like, I always have to, I don't feel the need to criticize literally everything, but I do see those criticisms more, apparently, than other people would.
Again, because the story needs to happen. In 2018, you'd find these moments of levity where exploring just made sense because our only goal was reaching the top of a mountain peak. There was no urgency. Anything urgent was put in our paths blocking us, and once dealt with, it left us meandering again, slowly towards our goal. However, Ragnarok has this very fast-paced, very main story-heavy focus, which feels like it's derailing every time you go off to do mindless side content. The only time I honestly feel like it makes any sense is after the main story, but then you're stuck with this hollow version of Freya quipping all the time rather than the actually interesting companion in Atreus. And I get that the pacing of Ragnarok is different, therefore I shouldn't expect the same sort of utilization of exploration that we had in 2018. It's a vastly different game doing a vastly different thing, but that's my problem. Exploration should have been omitted because in a game of this nature, it should be structured differently. We shouldn't be exploring. The game shouldn't be wanting us to go off the beaten track and explore. It should be a linear experience that's a lot more fast-paced in line with the story that they're telling. As well, they should have omitted the one camera shot. It just doesn't have a purpose in this game, whereas it very much did in 2018.
I'm once again wondering what kind of microphone he has, but I don't think I can afford the detour again. I did also read the Amulet of Samarkand books. The first was very good. Amulet of Samarkand by Jonathan Stroud. Where have I heard that name before? It is a children's novel of alternate history, fantasy, and magic, according to Wikipedia. Okay, Jonathan Stroud, who are you? Where have I heard you? Where have I heard of you from? Well, I haven't heard of any of your books. Yeah, I don't know where I've heard this guy's name before, but I've heard it somewhere. He doesn't have any gaming credits. Interesting. That's weird.
But okay, fine. How does it actually function? Well, that's a tricky one. I think they really wanted to have their cake and eat it with this one too. 2018 is tight and pretty focused. There are areas to go off and explore, but like, each area is a well-designed puzzle or area to navigate, which grants rewards, sometimes minor character moments, and then you move on. It's a great gameplay loop that just keeps on looping to keep you engaged. You have the large open space, which was the lake, to allow you then to access smaller islands, shorelines, and catacombs where you could explore and eventually reconvene back on the water again. The world was designed in such a way that you could explore without markers, everywhere was distinct, very clearly coded. It was excellent. This next section has taken me a while to write up an explanation for why I feel the way that I feel about Ragnarok's exploration, and I'm just going to say right off the bat, you might not even get what I'm trying to say here, but hopefully I articulated it properly. Ragnarok seems to think that bigger is better, but working within the same framework as 2018, it fails to understand why 2018's exploration functioned well. You have a similar layout. Take somewhere like Alfheim, for instance, a large space. You navigate that large space, disembark your vehicle to explore a smaller area, complete a puzzle, get some loot, and then you head back to the large space to do it again. But there's a clear difference in how this operates. Changing a lake for a desert means you can actively run across the entire open space, something impossible in 2018. What 2018 allowed for was smaller little levels, all interconnected by a lake. There was a sense of navigating to an out-of-reach area, exiting the boat, and having an explore. In Ragnarok, everything is in one singular plane of existence. The vehicle isn't needed to reach the location, it's just for getting to the location quicker, and the distinction between dead space and level is made a lot less clear, or I guess a lot more clear, given they exist within the same terrain. Once you're at the location, sure, it all functions pretty similarly. Sometimes you'll get character moments, a bit of loot, something to engage with, and you'll move on. But I feel it's lacking in those two major areas of contextualization of the world space and the presentation of your movement through it that makes it far less engaging, immersive, and overall enjoyable to do. Midgard is definitely still the best open explorable space, but even that suffers from the design approach of it being a sled rather than a boat. The world becomes too open and too directly connected within the same framework as 2018's world design that it begins to feel disconnected and empty. And what then happens is simple box checking. You zip from thing to thing, checking it off of a list. Minor boss fights, puzzles, small story details, and sweet bandit camps now become just numbers to you. You're doing it to raise your level, to tick a thing off of a list, rather than out of a desire to see what it...
I love R.W. Chambers. He's kind of Lovecraft before Lovecraft. Well, now I gotta look that up. I have a collection of Lovecraft stories that I want to read at some point. Let's see. What did he write? He wrote a lot. Good lord. That's a lot of credits. Yeah, I definitely need to get into the world of reading, because I think I'll probably never like I'll probably never like video game stories ever again if I do, though. Yellow King. I think I saw that in his credits. The King in Yellow by R.W. Chambers, yes. It is a book of short stories. I think I really just need to find a genre that interests me, and then start exploring it.
Is on an uncharted island just out of reach, at the other side of a lake.
You said nowadays you only read academic books or manga and comics. I mean, that's at least interesting. Like, it's more than I'm doing. Bloodborne is the best gothic horror game. Yeah, I think Bloodborne is one of the few good cosmic horror games in general.
You can't navigate without a boat. When you can simply disembark anywhere in the open space rather than only at the areas worth exploring, things start to feel a bit video gamey. The way that it's built falls apart because in 2018, the idea that there's only some places worth visiting and the rest is just dead space is easily masked by the lake being the dead space. You understand subconsciously that the lake is for traversal, the islands are for exploring. But when the dead space is the same terrain as the actual engaging content, you notice the negative space a lot more, and it starts to feel odd that there's only some areas with important landmarks and nothing really between them. The exploration in 2018 worked.
I can definitely say everything he's saying right now is nothing that I thought about while playing. So this is going to be another like difference in perspective that I just cannot relate to.
works because it's a lake, and the philosophy of that exploration was designed around that very concept. It's a simple change, but if you remove the lake, swap it for a desert, or a large plain of ice, but change nothing else, it becomes so clear how the game was built and designed.
So when you say Leviathan DLC, are you talking Mass Effect 3? Because I haven't played any of the Mass Effect 3 DLCs. I've only played the base game. I actually haven't played any of the Mass Effect DLCs, period, except for the free stuff for Mass Effect 2. So like Overlord and stuff like that.
Takes you out of it completely, and it makes the act of exploring a chore to complete rather than something to indulge in. In 2018, there would be pathways which were streams and rivers flowing from the main lake with points of interest along them, which makes sense. That feels immersive. Riding a sled down a pathway with walls of ice and snow either side because they have to mimic the design of 2018 is a lot less so. But what about if they removed these restrictions? Because they could just do that, right? Stop funneling you down paths and just give you a large space to actually roam. Wouldn't that help? Well, they did do that. And no, it didn't help. The crater is an area in Vanaheim which you discover toward the latter part of the game. It's a huge area that has hours of content.
Oh, you were joking. You don't think it's good. See, I wouldn't know because I haven't played it.
Then tons of stories, things to fight, puzzles to solve. It sounds ideal, right? I thought so too. After my first hour in this area, I put out a tweet, see? But I slowly came to realize that actually this was significantly worse. And this might upset a lot of people because I've seen nothing but praise for this region, but I'm sorry. I don't think the bigger and more open is always inherently better, especially not in the framework of God of War. The core area of the crater is this part called the Plains. It's a large, dried up desert area which you navigate solely on foot. Yep, the whole thing. I don't know how to say this, but I don't think that's particularly good. This area deeply solidified what I suspected for the whole game. The framework that 2018 was built within does not facilitate larger spaces. This is why a lot of the open spaces in Ragnarok feel lesser and more bland. It's why the crater begins to feel more and more tedious the more you play of it. You find yourself just back and forthing across this huge open space with random paths that are blocked off to you because, well, it's built within the same framework as 2018, where you'd have to come back later after completing other areas, but it's designed in a way that doesn't facilitate that method of play. 2018 had vines that could be burned off with the Blades of Chaos, or puzzles that were only solvable by using particular arrows. They wouldn't often stop progression, they'd simply be bonus areas off the main track that you would head to after you've gained a particular skill. All of the environmental roadblocks were lifted by the main story being progressed. Ragnarok's crater decided to mix the two, and that makes it a disaster. You'll come to these areas that have these blockades on them, and so it's like, okay, first of all, who put that there? Second of all, this means that I can get there, I just have to go a different way. So while it is a huge open space, it still has to abide by the structure of linearity, and it makes trekking across it back.
I think this is the section of his video that I actually caught the tail end of. Yeah, it's like the last 20 minutes. I like the crater for the novelty that it reminds me of Gothic 2's expansion. And I liked the idea of kind of everything that he's criticizing with it being more open. But I also like the different biomes. But I only did it once, I should say. So there's that. By the way, do you think his points are fair when most of them fall into it's different from the last game, therefore bad? I think they're fair since he's framing it in the way that it doesn't reach the same heights that the last game set. It's like an inferior version. But this really this is going to be. Is it dismissive to say that it's all subjective? I feel like that's dismissive. It's going to come down to personal preference and whether or not you like these things, or I just think it's very clear that he really, really liked God of War 2018, and he thinks that God of War Ragnarok does not meet those same expectations. Personally, I think that Ragnarok's exploration is better simply because you're less likely to run into mobs that can one-shot you. And the gear system is a lot more rewarding. So the fact that I wanted to go out and explore because I wanted to upgrade my gear and go deeper into my build. And I also just thought that Alfheim, I think, is like my least favorite open area, but it was my least favorite open area in the previous game too. So it's really not much has changed there. I just don't like Alfheim. Not because I'm elf racist either. I just don't like Alfheim. But I like the desert area because it was at least new. Vanaheim is also not great because I don't like the jungle setting and I don't like the enemy types. Alfheim's probably slightly better than Vanaheim, so Vanaheim would be my least favorite. Svartalfheim, I also don't like the enemy types, but I do like exploring Svartalfheim more. There's just less to do. Midgard is... Man, I really don't like any of the enemies in this game now that I think about it. No wonder I don't want to play it again. Midgard is better, I guess, but still don't really care for it. So I guess I only like the crater, is what I'm hearing. I only like the crater. And if I replayed it, I probably wouldn't even like it. So, exploration is a means to better gear. I'm very negative. I'm very bitter about a lot of stuff in Ragnarok just because I'm so burnt out on it. So that's where a lot of this is coming from. It's like, it's not, I don't think it's poorly designed. I just think it's clear that I just do not like Ragnarok, and I just don't vibe with its systems.
Back and forth, ever so tedious.
What you got against jungles? Nothing against jungles, but I don't like those jungles. They're too difficult to navigate, basically.
Not to mention the general design of levels and how it speaks to the player is very messy.
Which, I mean, okay, that comes with the territory, right? It's a jungle. It should be hard to navigate. It just means that I got turned around a lot, and I kept getting frustrated because I kept getting lost.
Vanaheim is the biggest offender of this. The amount of times I wasn't entirely sure where I was supposed to be going when two paths would fork off and I'd have to make mental note after mental note to eventually turn around to make sure I wasn't missing a crucial pathway to something I needed later on. It was a winding maze of confusion wherever you went, and I can only imagine the developers were tripping on something fucking strong when they made this. Also, while I'm here, fuck the sigil arrow puzzles. These are dumb. 70% of the time they're fucking dumb, and I never felt like I solved it the way I was supposed to solve it. I always felt like I glitched it or cheated the game. It never felt right. It always felt completely wrong.
Right, okay, how are we gonna get to this? Let's see, I guess we need some sigil arrows. Let's get one there. Let's get another one here where I'm able to connect it, I guess. Okay, that's not, they're not linked. Spawn in the middle, I suppose. Oh shit, that's not linked to the top, is it? Let's just, what about, no? Okay, that's not linked up. The first one's right. Okay, let's do this. Maybe this will work if we just, okay, oh, then that one's run out. Okay, let's just add another one there. Okay, here we go. This should do it. This ought to do it. There we go. Let's see it. Fucking let's go. That was dumb as shit.
On top of this too, they somehow made Muspelheim worse. Sure, the realm
Sounds like both jungleism and skill issue. Yeah, it's just, I don't like the Sather. I don't like the fact that they lower your level when they hit you. I hate they made Citadel a DLC instead of being part of the main story. I feel like it's the perfect way to say farewell to your squad mates before the very last mission of the entire Mass Effect trilogy. I've heard Citadel is very divisive in its execution because it is it's like full of like so much fan service and stuff. I know Never Knows Best hated Citadel when he played it. I've heard a lot of other people say it's the best DLC, but I think that really depends on how much you like the constant jokes and stuff like that. I know when Private Sessions was streaming the Citadel DLC, he kept calling it like the DLC that never ends because he could never reach like the end of the content. I kind of agree with Smudboy and Never Knows Best that the Citadel only works for specific characters. Yeah, exactly.
becomes an actual space to travel through in the main story, and that's really cool. I like that they did that. But as far as the side content goes, we get the trials again. And look, I was way too lenient on the original trials in my God of War retrospective. I got a few comments saying I really brushed over it too much and didn't give it enough shit, and I agree, it's one of the things that I would probably change about that video if I were ever to make it again. But now I get to make up for that because Ragnarok is fucking worse. In 2018, the context for it was immediately better. It wasn't great, but it was better. You climb to the top of a mountain, you're learning more about Tracer's abilities and hearing voices, you're gaining loot in the process. It feels like you're making progress. In Ragnarok, it's just arenas for arena's sake, and because you can take both Atreus and Freya here, they couldn't put in any dialogue or character moments that are super important because, well, you could miss out, and so it's empty of any really meaningful context. The challenges themselves are just, I don't know, the challenges themselves are just fine. Some more irritating than others with the unreliable mob design, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but they're not, like, really egregious. I guess I'm also being lenient here, but it's just so bland that I honestly don't care enough to even criticize it. Like, let them have their boring little fight arena, I guess. There's gotta be someone who thinks it's fun. It's not offensively badly designed, it's just kind of fucking boring. Although I will say, the way they have you unlock the final challenge by replaying ones that you've already completed but in different orders is terrible. And whoever decided that needs to be lined up and shot. And even after all this criticism that I've levied against the game, the world exploration isn't even that.
Yeah, I really don't like Muspelheim either. I remember that same Russian friend I was talking about who told me not to buy Atomic Heart said I'm pretty sure it was him who said he beat the Muspelheim trials. He said, I never want to do that shit again. And that's how I felt too, because it's like I only found the super trials that you have to unlock. It was way too repetitive. I didn't like the Muspelheim trials in the previous game. I just don't think that sort of thing appeals to me. And it was very repetitive of me just doing the same trials that I could get through as fast as possible just over and over until finally, I think the boss rush trial was my favorite one. And some of them were fun, but it's just more Ragnarok combat, and I think that's where it fell flat. A reason why I brought up Bloodborne earlier is because the castle in RE4 remake reminds me of Bloodborne in both atmosphere and music. Speaking of the RE4 remake, they got rid of the no thanks bro line, and I'm so pissed. I never even played the original, but it's like that would be like them remaking RE5 and getting rid of the boulder punching scene. Like, you can't do that. It's iconic. Russia friend that doesn't like Russia, sus. I think I view that as a net positive. No, you're right. He does not care for the motherland.
Bad. Well, the crater is, but in any other game, I think it would be pretty serviceable. Maybe a bit monotonous at times, but the reason it sucks so much here is because this is God of War, a game that nailed its execution of exploration in 2018. It feels so disappointing to be greeted with such a shallow version of that same system. It all comes back to the idea that the game they were trying to make and the framework within which they were making it didn't seem to cooperate, and so you're left with something lacking and empty compared to what came before when all the systems worked in tandem. God of War's original trilogy cemented the way you play the game as the most important aspect. That's not me putting down the story. I love the original stories, but it's the perspective of the fans of those games. There's obviously a large selection of people who feel 2018's approach to being story-heavy harms the identity of God of War, and I guess it does, right? In my 2018 retrospective, I talked about how the reinvention of the franchise was well executed and seemed to contain all the necessary ingredients, just with the scales of which were...
The castle from RE4 is based from real Spanish castles. It's not an atmosphere. Oh, you guys have zombies in Spain? I didn't know that.
Prioritized, adjusted for a tone and atmosphere that conveyed this new narrative. And while I still, of course, agree with that line of thinking, I also feel it was a bit reductive to the crowd of people who feel gameplay was lost in 2018 in favor of a narrative approach. Gameplay-focused replayability is sort of shot down because it doesn't allow for cutscene skipping. Although the combat and the actual gameplay loop is fun and polished, there's not a whole lot of room for player agency and creative play given how strict the game is. You'd be surprised how much the jump button allowed for interesting gameplay in the original trilogy. Some of the world's most interesting speedruns wouldn't be possible without the jump button. And so based on this, I understand why some fans are so furious about 2018's approach and what that game seems to prioritize. And it seems Santa Monica also understood that because it translates into how the gameplay of Ragnarok was designed, and I don't think it had the effect they were entirely hoping for. On a base level, combat in Ragnarok feels...
Yeah, they're ex-political party I hate. That's awfully American of you.
...feels good. I think once I was in the endgame facing off against a lot of the secret bosses, it all really clicked for me and I was having a great time, but it wasn't a gradual progression of enjoyment like it was in 2018. It took a while to click. In 2018, the handling of progression from the base attacks and your axe to how you play by the end is staggering, powerful, engaging, and perfected to a T. Ragnarok starts you out in the same position, weak and with the axe, which they explain by saying it's Fimbulwinter, which is fine, but the much ballsier interesting thing to have done would have been to start Kratos where we left him and then build from that. I feel we're past the need of games giving excuses for our protagonists to start weak, just let them start off where we left off and then simply make them stronger as we go. It's the same power creep, but then just from a different starting position. Ragnarok just retreads the same path 2018 did, and I don't find that the slightest bit interesting, especially for a game that set the precedent of everything having meaning in 2018, even the progression of our main protagonists. Instead of coming up with a meaning here, we just do the same thing again. There is a progression though, and it's as functional as it was in the original game. I just have nothing extra to say. They just did the same thing, and it's...
Yeah, that's my biggest disappointment about Ragnarok, is that the progression is so similar to the previous game, and I hate it, if I'm being completely honest. It's like, they had a chance to really... We could have gone to start with a few more ability, like, I understand the explanation of like, oh, well, you know, all the magic's been sapped out of people, but it's like, how does that make Kratos not be able to dash forward and do a spin attack type thing, you know? It's that same Jedi Fallen Order argument all over again. It's like, okay, you know, I understand you have the force meter for gameplay restrictions. Why does the force meter dictate like an overhead strike? How is that force related type thing? So it really sucks how weak you start in this game. I watch Warlocracy. He's a Russian YouTuber, and he only uses his the only use his money makes so the only money he makes is through foreign banks. I don't think he's entirely for the motherland. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think they've remixed the line to a different place as the lines something's happened for the people is the hunter's cabin instead of the into the village raid. So don't count it out just yet. Maybe they're waiting until you kill him. Oh, that would be amazing. I don't actually know how the Salazar fight goes in the original. I just that'd be amazing if they wait until like the very end where he's like, Leon, you could be so much more powerful if you accept the plaga or whatever it's called. And he's like, no thanks, bro, and then just caps his ass with a hand cannon. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see in the RE4 remake, is I want to see all the Resident Evil memes being embraced and not cut.
Still works, cool, but it's not innovative and it's not interesting. It's a fine method of play. I just wish it had enough depth that I could pick it apart and tell you something new about it, because there's nothing here to say. It's just fun, and that's fine, but it pales in comparison to how the power creep and character progression weaved its way into the actual character beats of God of War 2018. The closest thing we get to that in Ragnarok is the forging of the Dropnir Spear, which I will say is handled pretty nicely, both character-wise for Brok and Kratos, gameplay-wise for how it operates in terms of combat and navigation, and how it functions as part of the story. This is the only time we get something as genuinely meaningful as this, where story motivation, the quest to save Atreus and defeat Heimdall, the character beats, Brok having lost a part of his soul and Kratos giving him meaning again, and the gameplay itself interweave in a way that gives depth to a moment. This is the sort of stuff that should have been the entire game. Moments that use all the elements of a game's actual framework to craft something that feels impactful the way that 2018 did. Other than the spear, progression and the acquiring of gear and items is handled kind of strangely. In 2018, you'd gain things like a compass, the realm travel stone, even the mistletoe arrow were things that naturally wove themselves into the story being told and the journey that you were on. In Ragnarok, these things just sort of pop up very, very obviously when they need to be introduced. The compass just happens because Sindri pops up and goes,
This sounds actually way cooler than the original placement of the line. You were almost a salty shrimp pasta sandwich. Huh? Okay, I feel like I'm missing context, but I feel like it's context that I said, and I have just, like, expelled from my brain already. Let me go up a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna need you're gonna have to explain the joke, which means it's not gonna be funny, but I promise I'll pretend to laugh after.
oh, you might need a compass, here's a compass. Or when Atreus is visiting Asgard again and Sindri just pops up and he's like, so, if you get in trouble, you might need the special magic rock that teleports your way to safety. Oh, really? I wonder if that'll be used in the upcoming segment, eh? Stuff like this should have been woven into the journey in a way that doesn't feel forced and unnatural.
Oh, yeah, that's right, the Jill sandwich joke. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, I didn't make the connection. That's my bad. Like I said, I knew it was something I said that was the context, and I just knew that, like, I immediately said it, and then just my brain moved on. But yeah, okay.
Let that teleport stone be something you discover way earlier in the game, and it just doesn't come in handy until we need it later on when maybe you've forgotten about it. Find a way to make the introduction of the compass more organic, or better yet, just don't introduce it because we literally already have one from 2018 that didn't need to happen again. And here is probably the worst offender of all. It's something that is so obviously trying to mimic the mistletoe arrow from 2018. When Freya just like randomly stumbles across this noose that Odin used to hang himself, just like laying around in Midgard on a tree they just happen to walk past, and then they just start reaming off exposition about it.
That's the noose, brother. The one Odin hanged himself with. As part of his endless mad quest for secrets of life and death and what have you.
What are you doing?
It's a charged object, significant to Odin. Perhaps I'll find a use for it.
Oh, I wonder if that'll come up later. Okay, back to what I was actually trying to talk about here. This game follows the same, you guessed it, the same framework as 2018 for its combat, which means that Kratos is not doing the same things he was doing in the original trilogy. This isn't an issue, it makes sense. Kratos should be the same as he was in 2018. However, this ties back around to what I said before. Santa Monica clearly noticed people missed particular elements of the original games and tried their best to work this back in by including far more brutal finisher moves, which can be executed with each weapon, boss fights with far more varied bosses, thank God, thank fucking God, making for some insanely dramatic and large-scale fights with gruesome animations to go along with them, and overall they managed to make Kratos feel more lethal than he did in 2018. Now on a gameplay front, this is a good thing. However, 2018 used its gameplay and more specifically its combat to characterize Kratos and give the game a particular tone, same as it does with all the elements of its gameplay and mechanics that we've discussed a million times. And so the way Kratos fights in 2018 plays into the narrative because that is the primary focus of 2018. Ragnarok operates within the same infrastructure. See, I changed the wording there. I hope you appreciate it and say framework again. But there's a disconnect between the gameplay and narrative here. The gameplay is gory, it's flashy, it's brutal, it's incredible, it feels great.
I can imagine that right now. Leon is feeling sick, and Salazar, as he's dying, is like, "Embrace the Plagas, my brethren. Become one with the holy body." And Leon, like a Giga Chad, responds, "No thanks, bro." I really hope that's what they do with it. I'm gonna be so disappointed if they just cut the line, and they gotta do something with it. You know, it's like, it's iconic. You can't just not.
The narrative, however, does everything to condemn this. It's constantly reinforcing this idea that Kratos doesn't want to be a god killer anymore. He doesn't want to be this brutal, murderous god of war. He wants to leave that life behind. He's struggling with falling back into that way of living, and it's bad. But then you slice off a troll's head or split one of these frog things in two, and that's epic and badass. But then in a cutscene, we get a mopey Kratos being sad because war is bad. And the thing is, this could have been genuinely interesting. If you glorify the combat and then at a point make us reconsider our actions. If this is genuinely the story you wanted to tell, you need to have us think, have Kratos think, if this is really right. I'm not saying that's something I'd have wanted to play, but it sure as hell would have fit the story better than what they decided to do. The biggest moment this stands out for me is when Kratos kills Heimdall. This moment is funny in two ways. One, because they felt they needed Mimir to point out that a bad thing was happening, like we couldn't read the scene for ourselves.
Kratos, that was just...
But second of all, because Mimir is shocked and taken aback, but like, this is not the most brutal thing Kratos has ever done in the last 5 minutes. He spent the whole game cutting off heads, splitting people in two. He just blew Heimdall's fucking arm off. The game is at odds with itself, and it seems to break the whole experience.
Yeah, I stand by the argument that the Heimdall death scene was not nearly brutal enough, and I stand by my whole my fan fiction where Kratos like freaking like hits him on the ground, stabs him with the blades, and like wraps the freaking chain around his neck, and you're like watching him like choking him out with the chains as he's so freaking pissed off that they're like searing into his neck, and then he calls him a monster and he freaking rips the blades out and like tears him in 3 pieces. that really, really would have sold that scene. And I really wish they would have done that. And because even Eric Williams said in an interview, he was like, yeah, he told the designers, like, this has to be, like, the most brutal, disgusting death, and they just settled for him, like, choking him out. It's like, dude, half the people playing this game would do that to themselves for fun. Like, that's not really brutal enough. The game is at odds with itself. I think in that scene it is, because it's like they're trying to make it seem like Kratos did this, like, super, like, disgustingly, like, just morbidly brutal, like, God of War 3 thing, and then he just didn't. See, that's the thing, is it's like, it would only work for that scene because that's what it's supposed to be happening, is that he's supposed to be, like, going God Killer on him again. They just don't really sell it the way that they could have. I wonder if they're going with, like, a less is more mentality, but less isn't more in that situation. They really did need more. Please work at Capcom in Santa Monica. The death scene idea sounds cooler. Yeah, bro, let me fly between California and Japan every week and just alternate. No, I would have really pushed for that. It's like if I were in those conversations. Of course, I'm not, and I'm not nearly as professional as the people working on these games, but that's something I would have pushed for. I would have been like, if we want God of War 3 Kratos to come back, we need to show God of War 3 Kratos. You know, if you compare Heimdall's death scene to anything from God of War 3, you know, Kratos, like, gouging out Poseidon's eyes and snapping his neck, or him ripping Helios' head off, or him basically, like, reaping Hades' soul, or even the Zeus death himself, where it's like, I really like the interactive part of that, because you have to beat Zeus to death, and the scene doesn't end until you stop. That's the thing I really like about it that's so cool, is it's like, you can sit there and keep punching until nothing happens, and it's not going to end until you decide to stop. So it can last as long or as short as you needed to. And if you're doing a repeat playthrough, you know, you're probably not gonna make it drag out. But the first time you play it, you're probably thinking you're just gonna keep pressing the button until the scene ends, and you're like, why isn't anything happen? And then you decide to stop, and then the transition changes. It's really cool. But they don't have anything like that in this game, and I really do think I think that type of Heimdall death scene would have been better. And they also, I talk about, like, I go through that whole scene in detail, how I would have done it in my video. Because it's the only time I'm feeling bold enough to like, do a rewrite like that. And I was like, it really would have tied in better with the later scenes of the game, where, you know, like, Odin and Freya, or, not Freya, Odin and Sif could be talking, and, you know, Atreus could show up. And she could be like, you know, they could be, like, disgusted, like, did you not see what happened? Like, it would also make more sense how they identify that Kratos was the one who did it, because it doesn't really make sense how they find out he's the one who killed Heimdall. They just kind of know. It would make a lot more sense if they're like, yeah, the marks very clearly match his blades. We know he did it, type thing. Not to mention the freaking, the, like, burned scar, like, the freaking blisters in the shape of the chains would be obvious. Because they say they have evidence, but they don't tell you what the evidence is. It's kind of stupid like that. And I think I point that out. Like, it would have made more sense if it's like, they knew that Kratos killed him because the actual wounds matched how his blades are meant to, like, wound people.
Now, don't get me wrong, this isn't always an issue. I'm sure someone has left a comment already about ludonarrative dissonance in games. Uncharted is a prime example. We're supposed to care for Nathan Drake.
I don't think anyone actually says ludonarrative dissonance anymore, but I don't know. I just know people are really starting to think it's like an overused term, so they don't use it. I never use it.
sympathize with him, but he's killed thousands of people. He's a mass murderer in reality. But we overlook that because it's like not real. It's gameplay stuff. It's not part of the story. It doesn't bake its way into the narrative itself, and that's fine. That's a fine way to handle a game. But that's not what God of War does. Even the very first God of War games, everything Kratos kills, everyone he kills is part of the story. It's part of the journey. Kratos murders so many people, innocent and otherwise, to get to Ares, to get to Zeus, and that's part of the story. It's part of his character journey. That bloodlust, that anger, that rage. It's important that everything you kill has real weight, because otherwise Kratos would simply be a hero, not a destructive God of War. That's not ludonarrative dissonance at all. The original trilogy do what 2018 did, just in a different framework. I've said it again. They use the gameplay to inform narrative and tone and vice versa. It's why those games stand the test of time. 2018 also does this. Uses combat and gameplay focus to inform character and story and tone. Ragnarok simply doesn't. It treats its combat and story as separate entities that rarely touch. Its story caters more to what 2018 was going for, and its combat caters more to the original trilogy. And that's an incredibly shallow understanding of what God of War means. The place where it does, in fact, allow narrative and gameplay to touch is once again in the Atreus portions of the game. It's crazy how well executed so much of the Atreus segments are, despite also being the segments that most people don't actually want to play. It's like the story they were telling and how they were telling it was well executed on a theoretical level. It's just not the story anyone really wanted to explore from God of War. Almost like if you played the new Grand Theft Auto, but the story was for some reason like beat for beat Pan's Labyrinth or something. Like, it's a brilliant story, but I don't want to experience Pan's Labyrinth in Grand Theft Auto, you schmucks. Why the fuck did I just say schmucks? I don't think I've ever said that in my life. Atreus' gameplay I really do vibe with. I love the way that it feels unique. It builds over the course of the game with different tools, bows, armor, and abilities. It feels inventive. It feels like something that could be taken even further, but it's still shallow. You don't have many alternative moves. You can pretty much spam the rope pull thing to tear through enemies, and despite its good aspects, the game doesn't allow enough time for it to feel like anything more than a gimmick, and that sucks, because I suspect that's also the reason for the lack of innovation on Kratos' combat system. Like I said before, it fully retreads the same path as 2018, other than the inclusion of the spear, and essentially shuffles around a few mechanics, like buttons do slightly different things now, but on the whole, it's the same thing by the end of the game. It doesn't feel new, it just feels ever so slightly different, like using an iPad instead of an iPhone. Like, it's the same thing, it just works slightly differently, and there was no need to alter something that was already bloody brilliant to feign the idea of reinvention. You're not fooling me, guys, it's the same combat system, you just remapped some buttons and swapped around some runics. I somehow thought it just felt worse than 2018, in such minor ways that I don't think I would have even felt upon an entire revamp of the combat system. And I think this is partly due to mob design. There's something fundamental about the way mobs are designed in Ragnarok that just doesn't feel fun to fight against. I think it's because some are more spongy, they seem to have more gimmicks to overcome more often than they did in 2018, and the combat you're using just doesn't seem to work with the enemies you're fighting. It almost feels like a lot of these enemies, I need the moveset Kratos had from the original games to properly feel on top of it. I always felt swamped, I felt like I was struggling to keep up in large spaces, and constantly wailing on enemies felt like a bit of a grind. This is probably why I only really clicked with the combat by the end, because I was only fighting the one-on-one enemies, because this is where the combat shines. Almost all of the Berserkers, the King, Gunnar, they were bangers of fights, and I loved working my way through them. These fights feel like the game systems were built for them, and it's where you can really sit back, get stuck in, and have satisfying fights. The choreography of these fights, especially Gunnar, is really a test of the combat system's mechanics. You feel in control, you feel powerful, and it's still a challenge having to micromanage.
I think Gunnar made me feel anything but powerful, by the way.
Arrow types with particular moves, or the way you string together different weapon combos to deal the most damage possible, feels like a dance you're learning, and they really took a page out of Sigrun's book for this one. I think Sigrun is probably still a better overall fight, but Gunnar is a really strong runner-up, and is probably the most fun I had fighting a boss in Ragnarok. You'll notice, I said a minute ago, almost all of the Berserkers, because Ragnarok has this issue.
Yep, listen. This is the one.
With getting too big for its fucking boots. You have not designed the game well enough to allow a fight like this to happen. I'm sorry, but you haven't. The way you tackle multiple enemies at once is simply not reliable enough to be able to do something like this and not have to tank hits. Of everyone I've spoken to, even those who adore Ragnarok, they've agreed that this fight is fucking awful. The design behind this is baffling. I genuinely cannot understand how this made it through game testing. Maybe it didn't, and they didn't have the time to fix it. Who really knows? All I know is, it's awful. I know even the Souls games get shit for throwing multiple bosses at you at the same time, but at least in those games, there's sort of a push and pull nature of the fight. One will duck in, the other will duck out. Sometimes you'll deal with multiple at once, but the nature of being able to stagger bosses with a hitbox-based system means you can often crowd control, duck out, and then hop back into the fray. God of War isn't like that, though. Staggering isn't anywhere near as frequent or reliable, and when you're hitting one guy, odds are you aren't hitting anyone else, especially when these fuckers are in the sky shooting shit at you. It's relentless and borderline silly, and this ends up being the nature of most of the mob fights too. The game just feels like it fundamentally misunderstands its own systems and what they're capable of and designed for. 2018 was handcrafted to make certain mobs paired with each other to give the player a challenging yet fair chance to manage the situation. Ragnarok just throws shit at you and tells you to kick rocks if you struggle. I dislike that. I think what I've said about the combat here talks to what I mentioned at the top of the video, if you can even remember that far back. I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago. The systems in Ragnarok are fine systems. They're good even, but they do not work together in a cohesive way, and that's important for any game, but doubly so for a God of War game. And that's my ultimate criticism of the combat. Not that it's bad or doesn't work, but that the system is mostly really good, but the way it weaves itself alongside the rest of the systems leaves a lot to be desired.
Yes, sir, it certainly does. How much we got left? 6 minutes, which means probably about like 4.5 at the rate we're going. To be fair, to RE4 Remake, there was one joke that actually made me laugh, was when he said, "No food for you," when he killed the Type 2 Plagas, he referring to Leon. Was the Type 2 Plagas the big guy who, like, throws boulders at you? I'm back an hour late. Strat was mad at the Ragvid failing, not the Gothic. Oh, okay. I figured that's what... I mean, Can he really say that it failed though? It reached let me see. It reached like what, 25,000 people? I mean, as of now. Yeah, he's got 24,000 views in 3 months. I mean, okay, no one video is going to have no. I guess maybe I go with the mindset that like some videos are just going to be more popular than others. And I know that Never Knows Best said in his like unlisted video where he's talking about why he's taking a break from YouTube that he's got a list of rules for when he makes a video, and one of the rules is it has to be like algorithmically viable. Can't talk. I don't know. It's like because I've got videos that only have like I can pull up my dashboard and show you guys actually. So I've got videos, and we kind of went through them a while ago. We've got, let me go to my actual YouTube page because it's gonna look better. Here we go. So, you know, I kind of went through them all a while ago, but like I've only got 600 views on my Ornstein and Smo video. I've only got 174 views on my Spectrum Retreat video. I've only got 189 views on my Nuts video. Mind Luck has 274, but I don't think, and you know, my video where 240 on like my Q&A video, and my video where I was talking with private sessions and making an ass out of myself because I was super nervous, 524 views. But I don't think any of those videos are failures. You know, it's like my prototype video having 42,000 views and my Daggerfall video having 44,000 views are really impressive, but none of my other videos are failures. They're just a little more niche, I should say. And I don't think the fact that they underperformed, quote unquote, is really something, you know, not every video is going to be as interesting to other people, but there are going to be those people that will watch anything I put out because I'm the one who's putting it out. It's kind of like, you know, you hang out with your friends, not because the game you're playing, but because it's like the people you hang out with. So it's like I kind of just don't have that mentality. It failed compared to the effort he put in, I guess, but I kind of put like 110% into everything. So I don't know. Maybe it's because it's like I weigh success based on the individual enjoyment someone got out of it as opposed to the sheer number of people who watched it. How would you know if it would be successful? Like from his perspective or from my perspective? Because I feel like if you got 25,000 views on something in just, you know, it may not be the most popular video that you put out, but with his upload schedule, that's still pretty good. And it's like, yeah, this is coming from like a much smaller perspective, but it's like, you know, I wouldn't, if one person enjoyed my video, I think it's a success. Or it's a success because I, one, got it out, and two, managed to talk about something I was interested in talking about, and again, if someone else enjoys it, I think that's a success. So it's just a different philosophy I have towards it, and this also probably comes from the fact that it's like this isn't my full-time job. So if I was like financially banking on it, then like if I was banking on my videos being like financially successful, I can see that, but I have an actual job that I don't want to quit. Yeah, but okay, so I see what you're saying. Like, how would you know it would be successful before you make it? I can only think it's because it's a new game coming out that people are talking about, but that doesn't mean everybody wants to hear you talk about it, type thing. I think it's because Strat is also trying to make money on YouTube rather than just critique. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, even then, 25,000 views. It's like, how much would that? What? It's like 14 cents a view or something like that. How's that work? You make 0.003 to 0.005, so you make about $3 to $5 per 1,000 views, according to this. So let me get a calculator. So 25,000 times 0.003. Yeah, it's not a lot of money. But went for 6. Did we finish the video? No, it's not. We still got a few minutes left. We're talking about strategy. I'm trying to avoid saying anything that's like disrespectful. But 25,000 views if he spent as long on it as I did, I can see that if you're kind of banking on it. But at the same time, it's like, does he have a Patreon? He does have a Patreon. And he has 355 patrons. He makes about $1,300 a month. Now, for context, $1,300 a month is not a lot of money if you're wanting to live, basically. But it's like, it's not like this is the only thing. And of course, I'm not trying to like analyze the guy's finances or anything like that. You know, it's not what I'm trying to do. It's just I'm trying to say, like, for the amount of time he spent on it and he still got 24,000 views, it's like, I just don't see how that could be considered a failure, because that's not bad. Now, if he got like 4,000 views or something like that and no one watched it, you know, comparing my most successful video, 44,000 views, to my least successful 174 views, it's like, yeah, I can kind of see that. But he reached a fair number of people for it, you know? So, I don't know. Difference in philosophy, and obviously finances comes into play, and everyone's got a different opinion about it. It's just, if my Ragnarok video were to only get, let's find an equivalent. So he's got, let's do some napkin math here. So he's got 154,000 subscribers. And one of his more successful videos recently was 326,000. So he's exceeding that number. But this one got so he 1/5 of his subscribers, 1/6 of his subscribers watched this video. Okay, if I release my Ragnarok video and 1/6 of my subscribers watch it, so 2.53, let me do it in real numbers, 22,530 times, what's 1/6? What would that fraction actually be? 0.16, 0.17, we'll round up. So 2530 times 0.17. So if I got 430 views on that video, yeah, I'd probably be a little bit disappointed in it too, but I wouldn't think that it was a failure, because, I don't know, it's like, maybe I just have the confidence that, like, everything I do is good. And that's not like me being arrogant. It's just the fact that it's like, I just know whenever I do something, it's like, with my standards, it's always good. So, I don't know, difference in philosophy. The only line I'll be pissed at if RE4 remake cuts out is your right hand comes off. See, I'm not familiar with that one, so I can't relate. 1,300 a month is minimum wage. Yeah. But I mean, minimum wage working on YouTube is better than minimum wage working fast food, in my opinion. Not that it's good, but again, I'm not trying to analyze the guy's finances. It's just, you know, I see something like that, and it's like, I don't see how that could be considered an outright failure, because he still succeeded at making a Ragnarok video, and he still succeeded at reaching a pretty sizable audience. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't got that mindset. And I'm just gonna leave it off there before I say something that comes off as disrespectful. Because it's very easy for me to say something rude, but I'm trying to stop myself.
There are a lot more things I could discuss about this game, both good and bad. I could really go insane and write a script longer than The Hobbit, but that's crazy and nobody would ever do that. But I wanted to go over my main issues, the things that I think stand out to me I wanted to criticize. Not every video like this has to delve into every single...
You got a Sigma mindset? I think I just have the mindset that, well, yeah, I guess you could describe it that way. But just the mindset that it's like, if I am, if I'm happy with the video I made, then I don't really care too much about, like, who watches it or how many people watch it. I don't have view expectations for my videos. Oh, message retracted. That's sad. I didn't do that. I don't have view expectations for my videos. I just kind of like, what am I anticipating with my Ragnarok video? It's gonna be about 6 hours long, and it should reasonably do better than my, it should hopefully do better than my previous video, but I didn't expect my Fallen Order video to perform as well as it did. I didn't think that many people were interested in hearing about it. It's just I was interested in talking about it. So with Ragnarok, it's like not a lot of people are going to want to watch another several hour-long Ragnarok video. There have been so many already. But it's something I want to talk about. So what matters is the friends along the way and the quality of your videos. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. And what matters is whether you're talking about Ragnarok because you think people want to hear about it, or are you talking about Ragnarok because you want to talk about it. And that's also why it's like I really compromise how long it takes to finish a video, as long as I can do something that I know is quality, even if it means I get burnt out every few months and got to take a break. But that's just, I mean, that just comes with the territory. I mean, there's no way that the longer a video takes for me to make, the more burnt out I get. And I don't think there's a way for me to avoid that. So the only way I can really handle it is just like playing something else for a few weeks and being like, yeah, I mean, it's going to push back the release by a month, but I'm not going to like be depressed. But that's also why I don't have a Patreon, and I don't really intend on making YouTube like a financial career, because that's just a recipe for disaster. I'm curious, how would you say is the best way to advertise a video you've made? Discord servers for other creators who have like share your stuff areas is pretty much the only way I've done it until you get a big enough following to where you can get a couple hundred views on your own, and then people will start kind of word of mouthing your content to other people who enjoy it. And I got like my Doom Eternal video, or my Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal critique got shouted out by a British Potato, and that helped the views a lot. But I was really just really satisfied that I didn't fall into the same trap that other people who made Doom Eternal videos did, because the terrible Doom Eternal videos floating around at the time are what prompted me to make that video. It was like, no one's done this game justice, fine, I'll do it myself. Let's see. The context is Salazar sends Leon into a bed of spikes trap. Leon survives this. Salazar radios into him, says, "I've sent my right hand to dispose of you," and Leon says, "Your right hand comes off." Okay. Yeah, I can see how that's funny. The best way to advertise your videos is to say you've put a Last of Us 2 jokes into it. Just like for Ragnarok. Yeah, exactly. It's like, except I'd planned for years. Ever since I did my my God of War videos, I knew I was going to cover the sequel. I'm just okay with taking as long as it takes for me to make sure it's quality. And that means, sometimes production is just slow. It's like I go through slow periods where like work is really picking up, and it's like, okay, I can't get burnt out to the point to where my actual job starts to get affected, so I have to kind of slow things down, and that's just what I got to do. That wouldn't work if my finances were tied to my upload schedule, but that also wouldn't happen as often if this was my full-time job. So there's that kind of that back and forth, but I think financial security is a much better help to my creative outlet than the thought of like, oh crap, I gotta finish this video or I'm not gonna be able to pay my bills. I just really don't want that. So, I think deciding not to do YouTube full-time was a really good decision for me, because I don't think I'd be able to make stuff nearly as quality if I felt like my paycheck depended on it, kind of thing.
Tiny detail, and whether I thought it was bad or good, because that's not how forming a critical opinion even works. I don't want to dissect the side quest you get from the dead ghost in Svartalfheim who tells you to go off and find his son because they both went off to find the treasure alone, and if they just worked together, they would have actually succeeded instead of both dying. Wait. No, wait, yes I do. This quest is introduced when Kratos speaks to this ghostly fellow. He says him and his son came in search of a treasure. His son wanted to leave in search for it, as did the father, but the father lied and said they would go in the morning. The son agreed, and then during the night, both the father and the son crept off separately to go in search of the treasure. Both of them died. They never found the treasure, and it's tragic. They could very well have succeeded if they both just worked together cohesively, as they had done all the other times they worked together. I think you can tell
I actually refuse to believe that they would have succeeded. They would have just died together because that freaking boss in the tunnel.
pretty obvious parallel I'm drawing here. But in case there are some Ragnarok fans still watching, let me point it out to you since you love that stuff, you fucking slut. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. This quest works as a good lesson for what went wrong with Ragnarok.
Just admit that you're a royalty and you don't make videos every day because you don't want to rival Mr. Beast and PewDiePie. I mean, I will admit that I'm royalty. I'm pretty great. There's no one better than me other than... Yeah, there's no one better than me. I'm the best content creator on God's green earth, and no one can rival my level of talent and skill and dashing good looks and my six-pack abs that I've sculpted over the years of several trips up to the Himalayas so that I could climb Mount Everest. And I don't even know anymore if those two are like close to connected. I'm just so used to the trip that it doesn't even register the distance. You know, it's like I'm like Superman and the Flash had a baby, and his name was me.
Trust the formula and framework that you're working with. Use those systems in tandem with one another to create a cohesive success, because despite the fact that the systems are usually capable in their own right, unless they work together to strive for success, the whole thing falls apart, and the individual systems mean little and wither into failure. The great part about this side quest is also that not only does it work as a
Damn, that's arousing.
parallel to the game we got, it's also an example of the game doing the good writing thing I keep talking about. It's a direct parallel to Kratos and Atreus, but without spelling out in big, bright, glowing letters in case the stupid idiots playing the game didn't notice the meaningful commentary it was making on the story we're literally experiencing right now.
So the face reveal on Discord was real. Yes, exactly. For context, for anyone who doesn't know, let me see. This is the face reveal on Discord they're referring to. This is me. This right here. This is me. As you can see. This is actually me. This is legitimately what I look like. This is not a link to a photo. This isn't anything. This is me. That's what I look like. I don't even know who that is. I'm not even gonna lie. I would love Nick's take on your right hand comes offline. I'm convinced that's really good as a mature Leon. No, I refuse. Yeah, obviously that's not 100. That is. I do not know who that person is. Somebody just posted that and said, I'm going to leak Salty's face reveal. And I was like, yeah, bro. Yeah, absolutely. That's me. Shrimp is a shrimp. You can't change my mind. You're Ziz's twin brother. So is that who that is? ZYZZ. He's a Russian-Australian bodybuilder. Okay. That's hilarious. But yes. Oh, he's a dead YouTuber? Oh, R.I.P., man. F's in chat, y'all. I do need to get off my lazy ass and lose some weight though. It's time to do. It's like every year I go through cycles where it's like I'll lose a bit of weight in the spring and summer, and then come wintertime I kind of just gain it all back, and then and then in the spring, I'm like, I need to lose weight, and it's just a vicious cycle. But it always means, it guarantees that I'm never not doing something for extended periods of time other than the wintertime. Zam, there's like a 20-second delay. Yeah, I need to lower the latency on the stream. I keep meaning to, but I keep forgetting to. It's at normal latency right now, and there's like low voice crack. There's low latency and ultra low latency, and I haven't tried those because I think it's just going to take up like more bandwidth. I need to lose weight as well. My issue is snacking. Yeah, my issue is having a job where I sit down all day. But that doesn't mean I couldn't like do something, you know? It's just it's like a motivation problem. It's 100% like I don't make excuses for it though. It's like I know 100% it is like a me issue. It's just I can never self-motivate to work out. I think I'm going to have to like force myself to do it. I recently had to start setting alarms where the alarm requires me to like get up and go take a photo of something before the alarm goes off, just because I've struggled to get out of bed in the morning so much. So I think I need to start using that and just kind of forcing myself, like, I know I don't want to work out, but I am going to, because I am, you know, not going to get anything not doing it. You could also take amphetamines so you don't get hungry. I'm fairly active, but my snacking is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not active. That's my problem. I do need to go ahead and start meal prepping. I actually need to go to the store today and pick up the stuff for meal prepping. The problem is actually, again, making myself do it. It's just, I like cooking, but I like cooking when I have the kitchen to myself, and I almost never do. So I feel like when I move out and have my own place, that itself will get easier. Workout doesn't matter, it's just basic caloric deficit, so track your calories. Yeah, but that takes, like, effort, man, and it's like... But no, you're right. You must eat less than 2K calories. I think that's very doable for me, seeing as, like, I just need to, like, eat a small, just, like, eat breakfast, you know, I'll make, like, eggs or something. I'll eat, like, eggs and toast. I know carbs are bad for you, but I'll eat eggs and toast, and then I need to start meal prepping lunch, and then I just need to not eat dinner, because I eat lunch at like 3 o'clock, and when I get home at 9 or 10, I really don't need to eat dinner, and then go to bed. Having dogs can help you get moving. That's true. I work 12 to 9. I guess I could do it in the mornings. But the mornings are also when I do everything, because I just come home and like go to bed like an hour later. I prefer calisthenics over weights and machine workouts. Yeah, calisthenics is something that I really need to try. Have you considered getting small free weights to lift when watching videos? I probably couldn't do that at my desk, and if I did, I would get mocked by my coworkers. See, the thing is, whenever I worked at another branch, we used to have standing desks. And we don't have that at the branch I'm at now. So I used to like get up and stand for a while, but I can't do that now. Anyway, how much longer we got? We've got 4 minutes. I don't even know if I want to finish it. Let's try.
God of War Ragnarok broke me. Not because I hate it, but because it disappointed me and confused me. I expected a game that would deliver on the promise of something set up and established by God of War 2018, and instead what I got was a pretty average third-person action-adventure game with some basic themes on a budget that makes it look incredible. And when you have actors this good, and technology this expensive backing up systems that don't work together, and writing that is amateur at best, it's not difficult to fool people.
You do walking, kickboxing, and yoga. Damn. I do none of those. It also doesn't help that like I live in a state with very bipolar weather. So we have very, very short periods of time where the weather is fair. It's either extremely cold or extremely hot. So it doesn't help with doing any sort of outdoors activity, but that doesn't mean that, I mean, people do it. I think I just need to get over it. The wind doesn't help either. It's like super windy here.
people into thinking it's actually really, really good. And that's not supposed to be an insult. If you found that the impressive visuals and quality acting conveyed a message that resonates with you, then that's your valid experience of a piece of art. And at the end of the day, no matter what I say or anyone else says, that experience cannot be taken away from you. It means something because it touched you just right. And that's art. Despite failing at common conventions, despite not managing cohesion or fluent pacing, something that failed for me could mean everything to you. And that's kind of beautiful. But objectively, I really need to know who blew the fucking horn!
Somebody just called the serpent.
Thank you all so much for joining me for this video. I really appreciate yours.
Alright, I think that's good. Don't agree with everything he said, but I do think he's one of the better, he explained himself a lot better than most people did. So, there's that. I'm gonna go grab a Dr. Pepper, which I know we're just talking about health. Not a good idea, but I've been talking and my voice is getting a little sore, so Dr. Pepper or anything carbonated, really. I think I need to do what Tomas said. I need to get sparkling water, and it tastes like shit, but I think it'll help specifically with this. Then again, this is the last stream I'm doing for a while, unless I decide to do editing streams, which I don't know yet. I kind of want to like reclaim my Sunday to just kind of relaxing, but don't drink poison. I'm gonna do it. Don't worry. People are alcoholics all the time. It's fine. I definitely need to like find alternatives. Yeah, or fizzy water, something like that. I wonder if my mom has any of that like shitty sugar-free like soda. It's like an off-brand. Weird message at the end of Laser's video. The serpent thing. Yeah, I think he brought it up at the start somewhere. Sparkling water is better. You take a sip and never eat, drink, or eat. Well, you're drinking something. You're drinking sparkling water. Okay, in a momento. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Let's see. Yeah, whoever suggested decaf coffee, decaf is for pussies. I need to get that on a coffee mug. I can't take it to work with me for obvious reasons, but... So you said you do yoga for relaxing, basically, and improve your flexibility. You do kicks for kickboxing, which is intensive cardio and self-defense. And walking is for focusing and cardio. How do you find the time to do all that? That's a big thing. I feel like I manage my time very poorly, or maybe it's just working 12 to 9 every day. Really kind of screws with that. I feel like I'd like to go for an earlier shift at some point. I drink coffee for the taste. Very interesting. I drink coffee for the caffeine, and I use a lot of coffee creamer for the taste. I mostly drink water and a few ciders. That's fair. I used to drink a lot of water too. I've scaled back the amount of coffee, and I don't drink a lot of soda. Drinking coffee for the taste is like you drink beer for the taste. Coffee can taste good if you make it right. No coffee, no soda, no tea, only water. You could probably get away with tea. Like mint tea. I know I drink peppermint tea whenever my stomach's upset. It always works. Pear cider is goat. Is it? I've never thought about that. You know, if I go to the grocery store later today, I think I'll pick up something like that and I'll try it. But if it sucks, I'm blaming you. So you like all cider except for apple cider, aka original cider. Seltzer is just worse water. Go big or go home. 2 water. Seltzer is not sparkling water though. It has added flavor. Yeah. I've never been real big into ciders. I think we should all really man up and just drink straight vinegar. All right, so since I've got nothing else to do, I'm just gonna like read chat and watch Deep Rock or play Deep Rock. And here's the first ever official, and I think the start is gonna be like really loud, so brace yourselves. Yep, there it is. Because that's like that doesn't follow the audio settings I have set up. Okay. So I need to not display recording, game recording, and set it to Deep Rock Galactic. Okay, cool. Now I can pull this to the other tab and keep that open. Vinegar doesn't have alcohol, no fun. I mean, a lot of things don't have alcohol, like water. I'm a part-time employee, but I think that this is all doable, to be fair. Regardless of time and schedule, to quote Arnold Schwarzenegger, you have 24 hours in a day, so dedicate 1 to 2 hours to working out. This might be too loud. What are my audio levels looking like? How can I get... Can't I get my YouTube chat, like, in OBS? I've done this before. I know there's a way to do it. To get like a chat piece. Maybe that's only on Streamlabs. I'm not sure. Let's see. Vinegar is post-alcohol, the Sigma beverage. Hey, Salty, do you have a Discord server? I really enjoyed these streams. I do, yes. Let me see if I can get an invite link. Okay, Discord. Just main server. Where is the link? Invites. Never expires. This must be the one. Okay. But how do I get it, is the question. How do I just invite someone? I'm just gonna do this. Dang it, Discord. Why does everything have to be so damn complicated? Oh, invite people. It's right there. Okay. So there's the Discord link if you're interested. Why not play God of War Ragnarok? Finish the story. We believe in you. I do not want to. That's why I cannot bring myself to play that game anymore. It's not fun. And I gotta draw the line somewhere. Let's see. Do you have a chat box layer? I don't think so. I'll have to look into that. I walk about 2 hours every day. It's not really working out. Yeah, but I mean, it's still something. It's still good for you. My other problem is sleeping habits. Yeah, I can see that. Just drink 5 shots of vodka. It helps me sleep. I feel like that's also not good. Oh crap, wait, I can't see how the stream's doing from here. But I need my audio levels for OBS. Damn it, why is everything gotta be so complicated? Okay, let's do this. I need a third monitor, honestly. Okay, we're gonna pop chat in here. We're gonna go to OBS. We're going to take my audio mixer. No, no, stop. You're coming with me. OBS, why are you like this? Damn it. Okay, that's not working. Well, that was an idea, at least. Maybe I can just, like, disable the preview here and go like that. I guess that works. Yeah, that works. I'm, like, moving all my windows over. Thanks. Oh, you're welcome, dude. Vodka doesn't have many calories, and it fits my diet, just not my mental health. I mean, that's fair, I think. Okay, so, let's see if I can join an online game. Oh, I got more things open. Cool. I've been doing the salt pits mostly. The radioactive exclusion zone. That seems interesting. And they only got mining missions. Okay, okay, I dig it. They've been going for about 8 minutes. Let's join an earlier one. Let's do this one. I mean, we just want to make sure that the game doesn't get too loud. Okay, so they have a driller and an engineer. I guess I'll go scout. They could be more useful. If the game gets too loud, let me know and I can turn it down. I'll probably see when it does, though.
Your workforce is about to get bigger. Dwarf inbound.
That's right, boys. Here I come.
Let's get the drop gun.
Yeah.
Heads up, team. A meteor is about.
Oh shit! I'm literally like right. Ah! Where's my grappling hook? Oh damn, that was almost bad. Hey guys, I know you can't hear me because I'm not on voice chat, but
Rock crackers inbound. Stand by.
Access provided.
all right, cool. Let's just start mining up this lava. I don't actually know what I'm doing here. We could use some platforms though. So, do I have to, like, place something here, or what do we do?
Like that.
I'm a noob. I need help. Salty, if I may, why don't you drink or smoke? Is this against your religion? No, it's not against my religion. My family has a long history of, like, very bad alcoholism I'm trying to avoid, and I just think smoking is gross. I know, man. Is it a stereotype to say smoking is like very different in France? Like, it's much more it's more about vaping in the U.S. I don't know about there.
All
Okay.
hammers read green. You can start them up when ready.
Okay, cool. Just gonna set you up.
Meteorite in no time at all.
Rock
Awesome.
cracking is a go. Stand by. I'm sure you will have company soon.
Ready to be filled.
Can I read chat before I? Probably not. Oh, here they come. Let's go, boys. Let's get them.
Alert. The rock crackers are under attack.
Where's that big guy?
You need to keep all rock crackers running. This is not currently the case. Get on it.
Okay, so I can't reload his turret. He has to be
Equipment's under
loaded.
attack.
Okay.
Put those guns to use. All rock crackers are green. Let's keep them that way.
Okay, where's the other one at then? I guess down here. Alright, I will read chat in a second. I'm trying to not get distracted and not die. Okay, here they come. Where are they at? Can't actually like see them. Oh shit! What was that?
Excellent work.
Okay, I guess we're done
Deposit
then.
the contents of the meteor, and you can get back to your mission.
I smell bacon.
Rockpox meteor has been cracked. Remember to deposit the samples you find inside.
Down the hatch.
Okay, we could
Rockpox
really like
meteor
use
has
a
been cracked.
platform here.
Remember
This
to
is why
deposit
I
the
wish I was
samples you find
engineer.
inside.
Gotta like dig my way through. Okay. What do you say? Love him or hate him, Axeman was spitting facts when he said calling everything woke is just as cringe as calling everything sexist. Yeah. I don't know where that came from, but I agree. Damn, you dissed my ashtray. You dissed my ashtray in my mouth.
All play cards are accounted for.
I mean, I don't know if it was you or somebody else who said like, smoking is like really big in France. You're not French, you're Spanish. Who's French that I'm thinking of then? Oh shit, did he fall? Don't worry, bro. I'm coming. I got you. Be straight edge, very based. Yeah, I kind of dig it.
Lighting up.
I kind of like the straight edge life.
Light.
Yeah, everyone smokes this side of the Mediterranean. That makes sense.
Good job, miners. Anniversary trophy deposited. Performance point bonus activated.
Salty, I don't blame you for not smoking. I'm saying this, who has lost family members due to cigs. Yeah, same here. Although me being the asshole I am, I'm kind of like, you knew the risk, you brought it on yourself. But that's just me. I handled death a very weird way. It's kind of like almost victim blaming. It's like, you know what, you knew what you were doing. Like whenever if we had someone who would like OD, I'd be like, you knew the risk. You knew that meth is bad for you. What are my grenades?
Gotta go slow.
Oh, okay. Is that like a stasis? Come here, bitch. Oh god, I'm good dead. No, I'm not, because I'm just that damn good. I feel like I'm not contributing much here. Then again, no, I'm lighting the path. I'm doing good. We can probably go for a resupply.
I ordered a resupply.
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
Let's see. Yo, dude, can you check on the general chat in Discord real quick? Ah, shit, man. Is it that bad? Gaiden is French. He's in the... Oh, yeah. Gaiden. Thank you. Thank you. I knew there was somebody. He's in the private session server. Such a shrimp has to be like, you can't believe your weight on McDonald's false advertisement. All your faults. Everyone handles it differently. Yeah, and whenever it's as rapid fire as it kind of was in my family, I kind of just had to be like, I don't know. I kind of had to be like that, I feel like. Oh, here's a thing. See? I got a thing. I'm helping, guys. Here's more things. I don't know what this is, though. Okay, I might actually have to check on the server. I'm worried now. What's in the general chat on the server?
Let there be light.
Ah, phone. When Salty Shrimp Pasta dropped an N-word in the middle of the Overwatch Battle Royale. I did not. I have never said the N-word in my life. I've never said the N-word in my adult life.
Lights up!
I don't count the stupid shit I did when I was like 14, like... I'm just gonna stop talking. I was a very stupid child. Okay, what are we doing, guys?
Lighting up!
Oh, there's stuff here. I can take this stuff. See? I'm helping. I'm contributing.
Light is up!
When playing Scout, as long as you're not a nuisance by being Spider-Man and dying. Yeah, just I don't feel like I'm being much help is the thing. How good is the grappling hook? Oh man, you can Spider-Man around with this.
Light!
What's down here? I really wish I could see my teammates through walls like you can in some Battle Royale games.
Lighting up! Light!
You don't have to shout every time, bro. This dude's assembling a sentry gun. That makes me worried. Uh-oh. Do you need help? Don't worry, dude. I'm coming. There we go. Alright, well. It's good to know that I'm not,
Light is up.
not awful as any class.
Get through it fast. We're in a tight schedule
Okay,
here.
but I am out of flares. You do not have enough flares in as this class. All right, come on, Swarm. I ain't scared of you.
Swarm, it's a big one, team.
I need a damn one. Where is it?
Is there such a thing as a small swarm in this game? I've yet to see. Dude, reload your turret. It's almost out of ammo. Oh, that's just Molly. Hi, Molly. Oh, hey, guy.
An extra miner has been
You think I'm
assigned
scared of
to
you?
your team.
Oh, God, I'm scared of you.
I'm your friend.
Man, just hit me with a grenade launcher.
Attack the hologram, stupid bums.
Okay, so I can kind of Titanfall 2 my way around with this, can I? Got you some light.
One down.
And there's no reload delay if you drain your mag, so I guess there's no point in not mag dumping. I'm still gonna reload after every kill anyways, it's just a habit.
Die, worthless crystal.
Hang in there. The wave is almost dealt with.
I don't even think this was that bad of a wave. Oh, hey, this stuff. I love the instinct to just stop fighting whatever's trying to kill you and start mining. It's so good. Oh God, you're big. Okay. Don't worry, bro. I got this. Okay, that was a bad idea. I immediately regret that decision. Can I get like a platform?
There is more kind here.
Yeah, I feel like our engineer's not the best engineer, because I don't know. He's just doing things differently than I would, and obviously, you know, I'm a noob at the game, so what do I know? But okay, I'm full.
Molly, over here.
Okay. ME1 soundtrack is similar to this one. You know what? It really is, isn't it? Now that you say it. It's fun to see what my first experience There's someone else. One thing I'm hoping the remake for RE4 does is that it improves the balance of the shotguns, as the starting shotgun in RE4 Classic is worthless compared to the riot gun in the Striker.
Activate your transponder via the mule.
You get it for free, my dude. Doesn't need balancing. Get it for free. What do you get for free? Sorry, I need to fix the stream delay, and I think I will. Well, it's the last stream. I guess it doesn't matter now, but I will next time I stream. I'll lower the delay and see what happens. Oh, you're probably talking about the riot shotgun. Yeah, that would make sense. You literally just did that. Okay, where did I put that supply drop? Anyways. Can I find that? I really wish there were more icons for me to be able to find stuff. Because the terrain scanner isn't the best at that. Then again, I think I just need to adjust. Yeah, I'm out of flares. Gotta start throwing the little ones. Hey, here's the tunnel. Hi. Dude just came out of nowhere.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll grab all this.
Heading to the mule. Move your tin ass over here and hurry, please.
Can we go for another resupply? I'm out of flares. I'm probably wasting this, but I don't care.
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
No more room. Time for the pot. Oh, damn it. There's a pebble in
I should say.
Resupply arrived. Go
Well
resupply.
done. Secondary objective completed.
Getting supplies. Yeah.
Getting more ammo.
There we go. Okay, I like the Spider-Man mechanic. This dude said you good? Okay, awesome. Oh, the urge to be cringe in chat is creeping up on me. Don't do it. These guys are cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you were talking about the shotgun. Okay. Yeah, I'm stupid. Never mind. To compare the handgun, though, you also start the game with, and that is really good by the late game. Broken Butterfly is also free, but you can still make it the killing machine. Y'all are talking about stuff I don't know about because I ain't played RE4.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
I guess I could space out my like good flares with the small flares. Small flares suck though. I mean, that's kind of the point. It's what makes solo so not fun. By the way, are you watching The Last of Us TV show? I am not. I've been getting it secondhand from people I know, and they keep asking me, like the people who haven't played the games that I talk to, they're like, "Hey, have you is The Last of Us show anything like the game?" I'm like, "Well, from what I've heard, no, it's not." So I have our assistant director at my job. He was like, "Hey, I started watching The Last of Us show," and he started asking me a question. I was like, "No, episode 3 is not like the game." I just cut him off and said that because that's been the most common question. Like, my sister texted me after watching it, and she was like, "Hey, was this episode anything like the game?" And I was like, not from what I've heard, no. Like, yes, you know, Bill and Frank are gay, but it was handled differently in the game. But I haven't seen it, so I don't really have an opinion about it. Okay, that's a lie. I have an opinion about it, but I don't really care. Ooh, should I call the drop pod? Oh, the temptation to be a troll. Let's not. Come on, Molly. Lead the way. Yeah, let me deposit this.
This
Awesome.
place is almost nice compared to last time.
Where are we going? Okay, so they're up there.
Drop pods on the way. Hang in there.
Ah, I was gonna say call the pod when you're ready. All right, music's starting. I really like the music in this game, though. I like the sci-fi shit. I like electronic music. Man, Driller is so much fun.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule.
Okay, where's the drop pod? Up there. Let's give some light.
Let there be light.
Yeah! The thing I like about this game is these guys are like, they're so passionate about like the littlest things. Molly, why are you going that way? Okay. I just came from, ah! Oh God, there was a lot of them following me. Okay, I'm out. I'm leaving. I don't know where I'm going though.
Stuck on this, you freak of nature.
Oh God, this is bad. Where do I go? Okay, they went this way. Gosh, that freaking driller was just putting holes everywhere. Which way? I am lost. I am so lost. Okay, I heard an explosion up that way, so. Let's see. Okay. This is progress. Where are my teammates at? I want to help them. Ah! Alright, get some light in here. Okay. Where to now? Oh my God, I'm so lost. I don't know where I'm going. Dude, I'm not gonna get out of here because I don't know where to go. Okay, here, follow the lights. Follow the lights.
Lights up.
Ah, come on. Oh my God, dude, this is bad. I'm not getting out of here.
Drop pod won't hang around forever.
Okay, I'm alive. Somehow. I am somehow alive.
Smooth. Lighting. My boots. My poor boots.
Okay, okay. This is progress. Almost out of flares again. Gosh, dude, did they just like not follow the actual like tunnels? Did they just dig holes everywhere? This is basically turning into like a solo adventure. Oh man, it's a good thing I played Scout.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
I'm here. I made it.
Friendly fire is actually friendly. That's gonna cost you battle.
Retrieving escape pod.
Man, that was an adventure. I got so lost. Oh man. Okay, you guys are still talking about RE4. You just woke up my cat right next to me. Oh, I'm sorry. Just a tip for you, the thing that highlights stuff also tells you where your teammates are. The thing that highlights stuff. I'll have to, what keybind is that? Are you talking about the, like the map? All right, I'm gonna stick with these guys because they seem to know what they're doing.
Management believes you're ready for a tough.
All right, thing that highlights stuff. What are you referring to? Let me check my keybinds. I've checked my keybinds like 6 times. Okay, let's see here. No, the gun that marks where you are. Oh. Are you talking about this? I see what you're saying. Okay, okay. I see what you're saying. That's good to know. Okay, so the scanner also shows where your teammates are at. Okay, that's cool. Hey man, can I like change this guy's beard? Probably not. I think I only have that for engineer. Yeah. I just got that default stuff. I changed his stash though. He had this like big stupid bushy stash. It's like, nah man, give me that. I'd like a different beard too. Alright, let's see what I can upgrade. Okay, so the flare gun. I would like longer burn. That would be useful. Instead of having more of them to have to use less of them. Okay, the shotgun. So is this, what, more damage? Okay, I'll take more damage. I kind of don't use it at the moment.
What an improvement!
And better accuracy. I don't really struggle with my accuracy. Fires faster. Okay, that sounds interesting. I'll buy that.
Oh yeah.
And then we got the pickaxe that I haven't really done much to. Grappling hook. Longer cable. I didn't really have that. I think I'll hold off on the grappling hook. Not really do anything with that right now, but the difference would be you can knock back. Oh, you guys are still talking about RE4 Remake. As you can see, I am super interested in that topic. All right, I'm ready when you boys are. Let's get this bread.
We rock!
Also, something else I really love about this game is the low poly art style. These types of art styles I just really like. There's just something really charming about them to me.
Why is this so fun? Rock your stone like there's no tomorrow.
Orders from management. Stop dancing and get to it.
No, you. Alright, Shrimp, my man, you didn't answer if you liked Magdalena Bay. Sorry, I've been more or less ignoring like most of the chat that's coming in because you guys were talking about RE4 Remake. When did you ask? I didn't see it.
Get ready to rumble.
Damn, we're down a guy. Alright, so do I want to keep playing Scout or do I want to switch it up? I kind of like to switch it up to whatever, I guess whatever they don't go, that's what I'll go. So let's see what they choose. Oh guys, we got an alleged e-girl in here. A while back when you said you liked the electronic music. Oh yeah, I wasn't reading chat. That
Feel like we're digging our own grave.
because Magdalena Bay is synth pop. Oh, okay. I can say that I haven't listened to it,
We rock!
but I can definitely try to give it a listen. Okay, I guess it wasn't gonna let me like pick my thing again.
Mini mules, the drop pod, and their lives in this cave.
We don't need
Find the
two
repair
scouts.
lost mules, get the drop pod
Oh,
operational, and
by the
return
way,
base.
fun fact for anyone who somehow doesn't know, anyone who puts Igor on their name on the internet is automatically a boy. Or a guy. Just goes without saying. Alright. Where's the driller?
Loose dirt over there. Keep it B and C.
Alright, so do we need these things?
See you, suckers.
Okay, that was a bad idea. I almost killed myself. Dig the hole, Mr. Squidward. Alright. Just take up whatever they don't grab. Including some of that health.
Lighting up.
So, yeah, I feel like we don't need 2 scouts, but I also know I probably should have just switched.
We're rich.
We could probably use a gunner. I'd be happy to go gunner for a change.
We're rich. I got the deposit.
We're rich.
Rockety rockin' stove. We're rich. Over here. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich.
We're rich.
Tunnel digger. Yeah, you. Attention, scout.
Yeah, someone protect me while I dump this big-ass rock in here. There we go.
You carry a load well, Molly.
Rocks and stones may break my bones, but beer will never hurt me. Gee, I'm feeling poetic today.
Terrain scanner just got updated to the new location.
Sentry off. Galactic cave rain. I'm on your side.
Shit, there's a lot of guys here. Yeah, we could probably have gone with a gunner, but
All right.
no, someone wanted us to have
There be loyal.
2 freaking. Oh god, don't grab me. Nope, we needed 2 scouts. I need to learn how to ration those flares better, though.
It's me, you arsewipe. There is gold here.
I'm just gonna, like, jump down here. Yeah, man, we're rich. Didn't you hear him?
Ludicrous speed.
Okay. Grab another one of these.
Do this in my sleep at this point.
What's this? I guess I can't break that? What is this? Oh, we can repair it. What's it do? Well, we're about to find out, aren't we?
Anniversary trophy secured. Well done, team. Performance point bonus is active.
They kind of saying the phrase, we're rich. Alright, I don't know what this does, but we're about to find out. Okay. But what is it? Do I gotta, like, finish digging it out? Oh, it's a resupply pod. Oh, the e-girl's taking damage, guys. Okay, but, like, how does this work? You know what? Oh, down here, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna kill these little bugs. I should probably help the team. Don't worry, guys. I'm coming. I don't know what I'm looking for, but there's a glowy thing here.
Mini mule here.
Flares up. The tunnel is blocked. I really can't use this for anything.
Mule operational. Well
Oh, we
done.
got another mule. That's cool. See, there's a lot of mechanics in this game that I haven't actually had a chance to really interact with. All right, let's over here. Hey, guy. Okay, that did like next to no damage to you. God, there's a lot of these things. Oh, God. Is it just me, or is the scout a bit squishier than the engineer? Maybe it's because I got some upgrades for him that the scout doesn't have.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like that.
Okay, what were we doing?
Better than flying.
I don't actually know what the objective is. I'm just kind of following these guys. You need diamond pickaxe. I know, man. I just got the shitty iron one. Oh shit! No, no, no! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Okay, cool. I don't want to waste it. What's the recharge rate on this thing, anyways?
Mule is functional again. Great work.
Okay.
I needed that.
All right. So what are we exactly grabbing? Uplink to mission control. I should probably read the objective screen. I might actually know what I'm doing. I'm not being much help. There we go. What's this do? There's the thing.
I'm glad we have
Secondary objective completed. Now finish the job.
Okay, cool. Just gonna pick up all this.
time to deposit.
Let me get caught up on chat. When you start the quest to unlock weapons, Scout's rifle is so much better. Netherite is clearly superior. Someone's the next stream? I don't know. If the actual like playing shit streams are more fun than the watching shit streams, I might do more of them. I'm just kind of winging it. I'm not a pro streamer. I just kind of do shit. Just gonna like, grab more ammo I don't need. There we go. I definitely need to play the game more to like get a feel for what we're doing. Let me see here. All right. So do I need to press a button? I don't want to press that button. So this is the drop pod. So it says uplink to mission control, but what does that mean? Maybe I should have like listened to what they said.
And let's get that drop pod fixed. Remember, you can always deposit on the side of the drop pod.
Don't shoot me.
Yeah, it probably would have been useful if I like listened instead of just talking over it. But I mean, where's the fun in that?
All mules secured. Now to get the pod working. First, establishing a proper connection between the pod and the space rig. Set up the uplink.
Set up the uplink. Okay. Is that this thingy? That's this thing. Gotcha. I just had to wait.
Ready. Triangulation initiated. Do not leave the triangulation zone or we will lose the connection. We only got one shot at this.
Okay. Sounds like it's gonna be difficult.
Triangulation at 50%.
Okay. Not as difficult as I thought it would be.
Supplies are on the way. Triangulation at 75%. Almost there.
See, little did they know that I found a supply pod. I just didn't tell anyone. Or they're swarming us.
Triangulation completed. Remote control reestablished. Stand by. Sending in fresh fuel cells for the drop pod.
Did you not pay attention to the tutorial? The first one, yes. This one,
Ammo taken.
no. So when is play dating sims next stream? I don't know that.
Like that.
Fun fact about that. So my friend told me how like he found like a porn dating sim, one of those like hentai games on Steam, and it was free, and I don't know why, but he downloaded it and played it, and he was like, yeah man, he's like, that game was so boring, it was literally just like pictures and dialogue. I was like, yeah, that's called a visual novel.
We can fix it.
I was like, they're pretty popular with certain people. Okay, so we're just connecting the fuel lines. That makes sense. Is there anything for me to build at the moment? I guess not.
I really can't use this for anything.
Know that there's no more parasocial hour in private server in your streams. I need to actually socialize with my family during Sundays now. That's funny.
Light is up.
Is it wrong to say that I killed parasocial power hour with private sessions? I feel at least a little responsible.
We've got company. Press ahead.
Enemy scoped out.
No.
Get away from me.
Holy shit.
Don't die.
It's getting a little cluttered around here. I'm having trouble seeing what's going on. It's everywhere, man. Let's go spray. We're just gonna spray.
Let there be light.
Gonna hit this dude with my super shotgun. Your sermon was the crux. Yeah, I guarantee you, I noticed that we stopped doing it after I gave that sermon. That's what I noticed. I still have that video too.
You're a stain on the floor.
It's like after that point, I think we had like one more, or was that the last one? I don't know, man. But hey, you shouldn't have freaking triple dog dared me. I said I'd do it.
Lights up. I'm with you beastly thunder. Break a pay.
I wonder if that was the last one. I'm thinking about that now. It's like, because I did notice, like I did notice after I did that. I was like, we haven't like done that since. I think it was the last one. Yeah. Well, leave it to me to freaking kill something.
What a jaw-dropping experience.
I'm sure it was probably a coincidence that I happened to give the sermon at the exact time that was the last chat stream or whatever. I'm sure it is a complete and utter coincidence that they happen to line up that way. I do think it's funny whenever Patrician actually did pop in there. I was like, this is my first actual interaction with this person, and I'm in the middle of giving a freaking sermon. I think the thing is that I think you guys expected me to do it like as a meme, and I was like, no, I actually I actually read up on the scripture, and I have prepared like an actual legitimate, honest to God sermon that I'm about to give to you. I still think it's funny. I still think it's funny. It's a testament to my personality that I could do something like that, and my takeaway from it is, yeah, that was a good time. Wait, did you guys collab before? No, we never did. I was asked if I wanted to go on their podcast, like in Patrician's Discord server, but I never actually ended up going on. Mostly because like there was never a follow-up, but which is fine. I mean, it is what it is type thing. But after that day, I knew I would never be on their podcast. But it's probably Private Sessions that is busy playing Red Dead Online. Yeah, I think he's doing Fallout 76. Like I said, I know that it is probably a coincidence that just so happened to like fall that way. I just think it's more fun to think that I go in there and the reaction is, oh, this guy is like actually legitimately Christian, and I'm stuck here for like however long it takes for him to give this freaking, I think what was the total length, like 2 hours, this like 2-hour sermon, and by the end of it they're like, everyone was like, that was like really well prepared. I'm not ashamed. I still think it's funny. Anyways, react to Darmon or Jen Hope on stream, like what a British Potato does if you can't find any content to watch. See, the thing is, I already border on being like really disrespectful on stream. So I don't know. I'm gonna grab the bigger barrel bag. Okay, I'm kind of liking the scout. My engineer is my highest level character. I could go another mission as scout. But someone else is already going scout.
Vandalism can and will result in a significant fine. Consider yourself warned.
I'm just gonna ask if they want me to switch. Because I feel the need to like fill that slot that is not being played. I think the games are at their best when you have one of each. Doesn't matter much, we're doing fine. My gunner's level 1, so it's a basic bitch, but that's fine. We'll go with that. Let me grab a few upgrades for him.
Just show me what I shoot.
Improved accuracy. Grab
Been
that.
working my ass off to get this.
And of course, bigger bags, because I want to be able to carry more shit. And that's it.
Rockin' stone. Did I hear a rockin' stone?
Who takes longer to make videos? Your Private Sessions. It's probably about equal. His videos are usually a lot more tangenty. Is that a word? Oh, I'm gonna kick this.
Why is this so fun?
Anyways,
What is this, kindergarten? You should feel ashamed of yourself.
Oh, he's got a lot more tangents in his videos, but I personally really like them. Obviously, I'm pretty active in his server, but he's got a lot more tangents, whereas I just kind of try to be like, how quickly can I get the point across without it turning into that, and then it just ends up being super long anyways. So what happens if we don't stop? What happens if we just keep kicking shit?
Why is this so fun?
Oh shit, what was that? Yeah, I feel like you guys have very different styles. I think we do too, but that's fine, because I think if everybody had the same style, the niche would be like very, very bland. What person would you be interested in seeing reviews from, even though you have no interest in reviewing games? Mine would be... Oh, even though they have no interest in reviewing games. Mine would be Carcinogen SDA, as he explores games super in-depth for his no damage runs. Carcinogen SDA sounds like a drug. Let me think. Probably Senza, because Senza's really entertaining to start, and he also just like plays games in a way that literally nobody else does. Mine would be Jensen Ackles because he's hot. Okay. Okay, dude.
Yes. Much better.
I wonder what the odds of me playing this game and running into someone who watches my content is.
Last one to finish is a pointy-eared leaf lover. I needed that. I needed that.
So I guess the host is that e-girl Ava person. The totally a girl and not a guy pretending to be a girl, trust me, bro, person. I'm just like instinctually distrustful of anyone who puts like girl or queen or like anything like that in their gamer tag, because it's like it is almost always a guy in disguise. Jensen Ackles for Leon S. Kennedy in RE4 or RE6 movie. I can see that. He might be a little old for RE4. Definitely RE6 though. Will you do any work streams for other games you'll have in the future? That depends on whether or not I can actually focus on working, because for the most part, I've noticed this game is buggy as hell. That's fun. Oh, you can just jump on them. Okay. These last few streams, I've noticed that there's one thing I'm not good at. It's focusing. So if I were to do like an editing stream or something, I would, without a doubt, be like just not able to get anything done because I'd be talking too much.
How old are you? You're behaving like ill-mannered children.
Karen Fukuhara for Ada Wong in RE movie. Don't you like guys in disguises? That is your thing, dude, not mine. I just think it's funny that it's like it's like, I know you're memeing, but it's such a foreign concept to you that it's like, what? You don't like femboys? How is that possible? It must be a Spanish thing. I don't know, man. Oh shit, I just suck up this game.
Oh, that reminds me. Should get a lava lamp for my cabin.
Not again.
I wonder if I can do this better if I just don't look at it. Downtown Madrid is like that, sorry.
I got it!
I figured it must be.
Badass.
Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Here we go. Fuck us. Damn, that's a one down.
Alright, I don't know if these people are actually going to start the damn game or not. So wait, where's the freaking person at then? If they're AFK. Okay, that right here.
Okay, this is not happening.
Just gonna kick shit at them till they come back. If they don't come back in like a minute, I'm literally about to just leave and find another lobby. Alright, my impatience has gotten the better of me. Watch, the second I leave, this person's gonna come back. They're gonna be like, where'd Salty go? So I got freaking sick of waiting on your ass. Alright, next. Where's another mission? We can do this one. Join. This dude's all by himself. I'll drop in with him. So he's playing engineer. Okay, I think I will go driller.
Fueled up and raring to go.
I'll be the peanut butter to his jelly. Probably should have gone scout, now that I think about it, so that we could have had
An extra miner has been assigned to your team.
They're trying to pass as a woman, that's why they're taking long to get ready. Oh my god, that's amazing.
It's awesome that you're joining our team.
Oh, hey, guy. I'm definitely thinking I should have gone scout. Don't worry, dude. Alright, where are we going? Let's see, okay. So we're gonna try... We're gonna dig some holes, man, let's go. Now I've said it, I really want to see Jensen as Leon in the RE4 movie. He's got the charisma and looks for him. Yeah, I can definitely see it if he grew his hair out. Ah. Just gonna keep going. Just keep grinding along. That got us nowhere. Okay, let's go this way. Oh, hey, stuff.
Go!
Definitely could use a scout for the light. Oh shit!
Careful!
Explosives, please.
All right,
I made a platform.
let's go this way. I probably look like a freaking idiot who doesn't know where he's going. We're just gonna go up. I really need to fix the cooldown on these things. way. We're going on an adventure, bro. Just gotta trust me.
Them, not me!
I think he's gonna kill me. He's probably gonna get annoyed and just kill me. But you don't have to follow me, bro. You can lead. Alright, where are we at? So we're like, gotta go this way. Can you sing Krusty Krab Pizza? Probably, but no. Okay.
A new miner is joining your team.
Let's dig, bro.
Time for some action.
Alright. Where are we going?
Hi, mate. Have I seen you before?
We're almost at the top, I think. Let's go. Alright. Let's try up here.
Liver-phage meteorite fragments are about to impact in your vicinity. Stay alert.
How close is our vicinity? Oh shit.
Hello.
Oh shit, I'm out of fuel.
Miner arriving.
Action time. Nice beard.
I'm just gonna take the shortcut.
Mommy!
This is what you guys get for listening to me. Don't ever encourage my stupid ideas. Not you guys, but these guys.
Save me!
Bunker up, team. Swarm incoming.
So do we just have like one guy left? He died too? This is the dumbest way to lose. Oh my god. That is the dumbest way to lose this game. Yeah, exactly.
Ah, that went south fast. It's what happens when you don't do as I say.
The mission is ready. The pod is prepped. Get on board the drop pod. Drop sequence initiating.
That dude left the game too. He's like, this guy's a fucking idiot. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on.
Lock and load.
I'm going gunner.
Let's get this mission rolling.
If you haven't played Fallout 4, then please don't don't do it. I have played Fallout 4.
Could you please hurry up? We're leaving. Rock and stone, brother. Rock and stone forever.
Action time.
Okay.
Rock and stone.
Let the good times roll.
Rock solid! High five! Yeah, rock and stone!
Are you ready, brother? Thoughts on the railroad? They're stupid.
Let's leave!
Rock and stone!
He's gonna leave at the last second, isn't he? No, he's not. Okay.
Get on board. We're about to leave.
All right, somebody else lead this time. Oh, damn, he also went gunner? Oh, damn, we don't need 2 gunners. Shit, I can't change my class either, can I?
This rock is gonna be the death of us.
Here we go again!
Well, I would have gone engineer if I would have known that he was going gunner. Only shows this because it was the one no one else was using.
Our scanners have picked up a massive deposit of a
Oh, shit.
We're sending you in alongside a heavily armed lifter to get as many out as possible. We're picking up extreme biosigns in the area, so keep it snappy. Quarks can be extracted from the walls. Search for a blue, shimmering light. Get it done, team.
Oh, God. Oh, God. What are these things? Where'd that thing go? Yeah. I don't dig the sound of that.
Friendly fire isn't actually friendly.
Okay. Where's this thing at?
I die a little inside every time I have to pick up.
Cool, but we don't have a mule. Hey, it rhymes.
Okay, it's dead.
Lift it, menace, or down!
Cool, easy. I don't know what I'm doing still. We're just kind of doing. Why, are there more of these things?
Suck on this, the freak of nature!
Would you review Starfield after the Star Wars game? Yes. Not immediately, but I would review Starfield at some point. Okay, I guess maybe we need those things down there. They're blue. They're shiny. They look right. Okay. Carefully. Carefully. Get me in here. There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, God. I have made a mistake. How do I zipline? Where's my zipline? Can I get up there? Too steep? Your mother's too steep. Okay.
Zipline, done.
Okay. Reload. We can make it. Come on, dude. Okay. Okay. Just throw that.
Lighting up.
There we go. Okay. No, no, no. Wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one. This zipline, please. Okay. Alright, that was bad.
New miner inbound.
Oh, hey, guy. Okay, put this in here.
I'm wondering if fighting bugs And moving dirt is the best way to make a living. Walking stone.
The visuals look like Borderlands. For this game, I can see it. It's got that low poly aesthetic.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
This game is kind of like Borderlands and TF2 meets Daggerfall. God, there's a lot of these things.
Lie down forever.
Okay, this can overheat. That's good to know.
Slowing down traffic.
Out of ammo. Oh shit. This is bad. Can we call a supply drop? We do not have enough resources. Okay, this is not good. This is bad. Terrible even.
Bacteria try to eliminate it.
Okay, how are we gonna get a supply drop if we don't have any what's it called? The red stuff. We don't got any red stuff, man. I guess I could try and find like a damaged supply drop like I did last time, but I don't even know where I'd find that. Is this friendly? Will this kill me? Yeah, I don't want to go in there. That scares me. Oh, here's some. Awesome. Nitra, that's what it's called. Yeah, that red stuff. Give me that good red stuff. Daggerfall is better than Oblivion in your opinion? I've never played Oblivion, but based on what I've heard from Patrician's video, yes, I would say it is. As from a pure like gameplay standpoint. Okay, so we need more Nitra so that I can get more ammo, because I don't really care about these guys. It's just about me. I'm the most important person on the team because I'm the streamer, and the streamer obviously has to take precedence, otherwise the whole world would fall into chaos. I say as I just saved that guy out of the goodness of my heart. Okay, well, I guess I can at least help with the zip lines. Let's get one right there.
I've got a zip line ready here.
Oh shit. That didn't go according to plan.
Buggers, we don't have a mule with us. No mule available. Gotta find another place to dump the millie. I miss you, girl. The old lady is resting her legs at the spaceport. Wish I would. Stop them dead.
Okay, can I get it this time? Awesome. Cool.
Found some nitra.
Could you imagine an RE6 remake? Yes. Yes, I could. They would have to redo the story, though. It wouldn't be, like, an authentic remake. Can I just shoot this down? I guess that's one way to do it. Oh, shit. Teammate needs help. Oh, he's getting help. He's fine. This is how men mine. Okay, we are not gonna get enough nitra for us to actually like
Terrain scanner just got
get a
updated
resupply.
with a new location.
I'm gonna stick you right there. Why not? Can I reach that from here? You think if I make this jump, I can make that? Only one way to find out. Well, I didn't die. It's something. And I can revive the teammate.
Rock and stone. Let's stick together. Don't shoot me.
We get a resupply now. How much do we even have? There we go. Awesome.
Hang in there. Supplies are on the way.
Time to restock.
So why is your character hungry? Man, I don't know.
I'm taking some of the ammo. Ready again. Feeling much better.
Also add more cleavage to Helena. Just I don't even know what to say. Okay, we need more crystals. Here's more crystals. Oh my gosh, he's being swarmed. Don't worry, dude. I got you. Because I am the best. I'm really these last few games I haven't really been contributing much to the team beyond just killing things.
They're here.
Oh god, there's a swarm. Okay, nobody panic. Okay, I'm kind of panicked. I'm just worried about running out of ammo, because that's literally all this character is good for.
Bumbling son of a mudcola. We're on the same. Take it out. Yeah.
I wonder if I could get that crystal down there. Oh, teammate needs help. I'm almost out of ammo again. Right, I am out of ammo in this gun. God, there's so many of these things. It's getting hard to see over all the bodies. Don't worry, teammates. I'll finish the mission for us. Just watch and learn. Alright, so where was that crystal I saw? It was over here somewhere.
Shield charged.
Yeah, here we go. Damn, fine. Okay, just steal my freaking... Yeah. Okay, so what I've learned is that zip lines work better when you attach them from the top, not from the bottom. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, we made it.
No dwarf behind.
Don't worry, guys. I'm winning this for us. I'm contributing. I'll read chat in a second. I know I'm missing a lot of stuff.
Well done. You got them all. Hit the launch controls to return the minehead. We'll send in the escape pod.
Sounds good. Let me know when you guys is ready. Okay, so you said remaking RE6 would be like remaking Dead Space 3, reimagining things heavily to make it more horror focused. Yeah, exactly. Also, oh, that's when you said that. Would be hard for both because they are co-op games, like to pivot for horror. Why ain't we hearing your bird? Probably because he's outside. We put him on the porch today. probably gonna want another one of these.
I ordered a resupply.
Supply drop has been ordered
Uh-oh.
and is on the way.
There's so many of these things, man.
Resupply arrived. Go restock. Ammo
Gonna
safe.
grab some more
Getting
ammo.
more ammo.
Had launched. We're picking up heavy activity in your vicinity, so hold the line until the escape pod arrives.
My idea for that would be to have them separate for horror moments and have them together for action moments. Yeah, not like RE6 co-op was particularly its highlight. I think for RE, that was more like RE5 for me. Don't worry, guys. Oh god, what shit?
I got the Praetorians. Watch the gas.
Throw grenade.
What the hell? Why am I freezing? Okay, everything's getting like really cold all of a sudden. Obviously in game, not like in my room, but is that gonna like stop or are we just stuck like this? Oh god, there's a thing. Okay, it's dead.
Got the menace. Lights up.
Excuse me for not talking, I'm focusing on us not dying. Oh god, they're coming out of everywhere, man.
Keep it together. Drop pod is en route.
Die, baby.
Alright, drop pod's coming. Almost out of ammo again.
Out of ammo.
I think I'm actually gonna run out of ammo this time.
Drop pod arrives, waiting for takeoff.
Try job.
Alright, boys, let's go.
Zip line done.
Aren't you glad I set up all these zip lines earlier? Oh, I guess he just set up another one. No, that was mine from earlier.
That hit the spot.
Oh, zipline's not this way. Zipline's that way. Or a pod. I'm just gonna, like, dig my way there. Holy shit, that actually worked.
Secondary objective has been achieved.
Oh, God.
Bonus will be transferred to your accounts on mission completion.
I can't see. Okay, made
Hurry
it.
up.
Let's
Drop pod
go.
isn't hanging around forever.
Oh, that's a big one.
Take it easy. And it went boom.
Why are you shooting at me? Rock and stone forever.
Where's our teammate at? We gotta get him. No dwarf left behind. Oh, he made it.
Gotta go.
Watch where you're shooting, moron.
No, he didn't make it? Where is he? Oh, he's right here. Alright, dude, we really gotta go. So, like, please get in. Please get in.
Why is this so fun?
Detonation successful.
Come on, dude. Get in. I'm like all out of ammo, dude. Okay. Just unlocked my final weapon for Scout. I need to unlock the better weapons. The zip lines reminded me of Bioshock Infinite. 0 out of 10. They're really slow when you're going uphill. Yeah, boy, there. I still need to play Bioshock. I don't. I think I'm good with never playing Bioshock. Skip 2 and Infinite, you should be okay. I don't know, it's like I've not heard very good things about Bioshock.
Ready to kill.
Alright, I'm actually gonna go engineer now. I kinda just wanna play engineer, so the shop. What can I get a better beard for you? You know, because I kind of feel like that's not an engineer beard. This right here. Now this is an engineer beard. There you go. You see that? That's what an engineer looks like. And he's just missing the mutton chops. The sideburns. Let's do these longer sideburns. Yes, I'm wasting money on cosmetics. There we go. It's beautiful. Never seen anything better. Alright, what can we upgrade? Because I think I went with a better... Did I go with 2 turrets or did I go with a better turret? I think I went with 2 turrets. So all I can afford is increased reload speed. Okay. Not a great start.
Orbital insertion sequence initiated.
Should we get a choke? Let's get a choke.
Can't wait to try this out.
And I need to upgrade that more to get anything better. What about this? Yeah, that works.
Mod acquired.
Alright, I'm going to see if I have time to run to the restroom. I will be right back.
Hurry up! I ain't getting younger, you know.
Okay, they're starting. Never mind, I can hold it.
I'm ready.
Drop sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Drop sequence initiating.
We're the best.
Let's just say that Infinite does the overused multiverses pretty poorly. That's what I've heard about it too. I remember watching a Mitten Squad video on Bioshock Infinite, and it was certainly something. The story just seems all sorts of convoluted.
I'm really not ready for this. Rock and stone, everyone! Rock and stone! Come on, guys! Rock and stone! For rock and stone! Rock and stone! Where's that dead?
We have detected an Amaran Heartstone in the region. Your job will be to escort and maintain the autonomous drill dozer.
Alright, so we have 2 scouts and 2 engineers. This is certainly a something. Could really go for
Watch
a
out.
thriller.
Drill dozer approaching landing zone.
Molly, come here.
So what is this? Oh, that's the thing. So what do we do with it? Do we just do shit? What's this do? Should I start the drill? I'm gonna start the drill.
Drill dozer moving. Try to keep up and guard it with your life.
Oh, is someone down?
Stay alert and guard her like she's your mother.
I guess I should go get him. Come on, dude, get back in the fight. We gotta go.
Thank you, pal.
Oh, this thing's slow. I'm not worried about it.
Oh, I'm out of here.
Hey, this is just like that Dead Space 2 mission.
We got a big
Except,
horde of enemies approaching
less
the
necromorphs.
drill dozer.
Less necromorphs.
Defend it or die trying.
My gunner looks like a Russian, and I always imagine the Daka Daka meme when playing him. That's funny.
Don't get too attached now.
Oh, you know what? This is perfect for me to set up a couple turrets. I can't set up turrets on the drill. That is very upsetting. Oh my god, I'm getting clapped by something.
This'll lure them away. You're a stain on the floor. You eyeballing me?
Alright, I'm gonna recall my turret.
Hold your fire, you atom-brain lumberjaw.
Come on, guys, stop shooting me.
Bunch of slowpokes.
Just gonna throw an alert.
Get away from me!
Okay, this is interesting.
The drill dozer is out of fuel. You need to refill the fuel canisters mounted on its back. Use
Alright,
the
this is a good place
canisters
to
extract
put down some
any
turrets
nearby
then.
oil shale, and we'll have the drill dozer operational again in no time.
So let's set a turret here. And I guess I can get this guy. Hang on, dude, I'm coming. How do you keep dying, bro?
Thanks for saving me.
And we're gonna put one right over here.
Ready to be built.
Now just recall them when I'm done.
It's
Such a useful mechanic.
Reloading. Doretta is purring like a kitten.
Okay, where do I put this at? Where'd I put the fuel? Does it go in here? Do I gotta charge it?
Oil shale. Oil shale here.
What does this do? Sorry, I'm not reading chat. I'm like really distracted. Oh, okay, I see. I see how. Okay, I see.
Can do this in my sleep. Topped off.
I gotta see these objectives a few times to really understand them.
Fuel
So.
canister in place. Light us with one more, lads.
Okay, so we probably got that. I can recall my sentries now. Okay, what am I missing?
Can't believe how
Fun fact, that DS2 drill sequence is similar to the bulldozer sequence in RE4 Classic. That makes sense, given the relationship
Protect the
between
drill
those
dozer.
games.
It's being attacked by wildlife.
No, it's not.
fuel canister loaded back into the
Well done. All canisters are loaded.
All right, let's get out of here, man. Come on, let's go.
The drill dozer is en route to the Hearthstone. Expect heavy resistance.
Never played Dark Souls because I don't want to suffer in the virtual realm too. I feel like this might be bad to say considering I've played all of them. Dark Souls isn't that hard as everyone makes it out to be. I suggest 3 because there isn't too much BS in combat. It definitely is as hard as they make it out the first time. I noticed that I remember Undead Parish being like soul-crushingly difficult my first
Please
playthrough.
remember that the drill dozer is top priority.
Oh god, oh god, help, help, help! Don't worry, boys. I'll hold the line. I ain't afraid of you. Oh god, I'm afraid of you. I did not count my rounds. Come here, bitch. You think I'm scared of ye? Alright, Sentries, let's go. I've got you, dude. There's really a lot of like variety in the game modes here. Oh, I have a grenade launcher. I should probably be using that, shouldn't I? Oh, did he tame him? How's that work? Speaking of the bulldozer sequence, I can't wait to play that section of the remake with the new mechanics like parries and moving and shooting. I think you just can't wait to play the remake. I'm getting you, dude. Don't worry. How many revives do I have? I hope it's counting. So you can tame the bugs. I wonder how that works. It must be a grenade type.
The drill dozer has reached the Hearthstone. Press the button on the dozer and start the extraction when you're ready.
Alright, we're gonna build a turret here.
Ready to be built.
Drill dozer has begun cracking the Omeran shell. If you lose the dozer, you lose the mission. So guard it well against any hostiles.
Okay, put a sentry here.
Contact. Swarm approaching the drill dozer. Hunker down and load up. Swarm! Repeat, swarm!
Alright. So far, so good. Do my rounds and reload my turrets.
Reloaded.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. Shoot, that's not good.
Hang in there. Supplies are on the way. The dozer's just broken through the crust of the Omeran.
Okay, I missed that.
Time to restock.
Alright, everyone grab some ammo.
Getting supplies. Getting more ammo. Yeah. Reloading.
Alright, gotta reload my turrets. Damn it, guys, don't lose the freaking drill. shoot this damn turret.
Reloading.
There we go.
Ready to kill some more freaks.
Oh shit, that hurt.
Course. Get ready to protect the drill dozer.
Oberon, Hearthstone.
We're 50%
Out of
through,
ammo
team.
again.
Drill dozer is still holding together.
We don't have enough to call another resupply.
Swarm, it's a big one, team.
Enemy scoped out.
Okay, he's dead. This is getting kind of intense. Just attack on the freaking drill now. I don't think you're helping by by mining it like that, dude. Don't grab me. Get out of here. Yeah, my turrets are gonna run out of ammo because I just don't have any left.
The drill dozer just has to drill a little further, and we're done.
Watch and learn.
I don't know if we have a little bit.
Help me
Oh,
protect the dozer. The monster's swarming Loretta.
don't worry, guys. I got this. We could really use some C4 right about now, though.
Keep the drill dozer operational at all costs. Permanent damage done to the drill dozer. Keep those things off it. That's the order. Swarm, they're here.
All right, let's just repair this.
Body. Fix.
This is intense, man. I can't even reach out.
Let's show them some pain. Anyone guarding the drill dozer?
I'm doing my best, man.
Guys, keep those bloody bugs off the drill dozer. Guys, hey, get to work. Missile in full range. We gotta protect Loretta.
Shit, 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 shit. Like the only one repairing this damn thing.
Dozer, repair.
Actually, no, I wasn't. There was another guy too, but
Break up, hurry.
just get some shit down.
The drill dozer served its purpose. The Hearthstone is ours. Deposit it and wrap up the mission. Nicely done. Armor and Hearthstone secured. Call the drop pod when you're ready.
Okay, yeah, let's call the drop pod because I am almost entirely out of ammo.
Drop pod en route. Hang in there.
Lordy, son.
How many grenades do I have? I'm out of grenades. I got 3 shots in my gun. This is bad. We're about to do this freaking fist
Rock
only.
and stone to the bone.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule.
We better hurry.
Steve is one of the perks you can unlock, which allows you to befriend tier 1 bugs. Okay. Oh my god, I'm stuck. I'm stuck!
Oh well.
Alright, I am like so out of ammo.
Where's the damn drop pod? Oi, Beardo! There ain't no point given for shooting you. Bam!
Okay, we can call in a supply drop.
Supplies are on the way.
Why are you shooting at me? One central gun ready to be built. Sentry on. Resupply pod is here. Everybody collects ammunition.
The mule is secured. Initiating launch sequence. Deep Rock Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you.
I needed that.
Okay.
Reload.
The turret. Okay, we're out of here.
Hurry up! The mule's get younger, you know! Stop time for a
My camera's just freaking chucking grenades now.
Hey, I ain't one of them! You're tree climbing! Come on, guys! We're leaving! Oh, yeah! No point shooting your teammates!
I like how I said I was completely out of ammo. I'm pretty sure I still had some left in this freaking grenade launcher.
Retrieving escape pod.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed and rest my RSI ridden right thumb. Good night, dude. Yeah, later, dude. I'm probably gonna end it anyways, just because I'm getting to a point where it's like I'm not actually talking or reading chat, which means it's time for me to just stop. But yeah, the missions are also getting more intense, which isn't helping. Oh yeah, the perks. I forgot about the perk screen. Honestly, there's like a lot of different menus I forget about. Like the season rewards. I haven't been claiming those. Anyways, yeah, well. Thanks again, dudes, for stopping by. I'm gonna dip out and probably keep playing this just solo. So, thank you again. I will see you whenever, I guess. How do I... Where's my screen at? Here it is. There we go. All right, now I'm leaving. Bye.